hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Anyone watching? Anyway, I'm gonna stream while doing my work on the site. So if anyone wanna chat or anything, I'll be here. So yeah, chill. Sensitive, Joe. May to. I can talk from here. Test 1, 2, 3. How sensitive is the mic? Demonstration. Should I do sustainable ka dulu? Sustainable. But it's like I need to learn a whole new program. I don't wanna. There's some storyboard install. First step is to upload the dataset in SAP Knowledge Cloud. Once we access it through the browser, what's the first to do is open the upload model is the basic download. Click on navigation bar. Navigation, click on modeler, click on form as CSV, click on source file, click on OK, download in your desktop. This row, click on images, you can use it. I don't wanna. That was still the discovery. I can take number of casualty. I think I have to watch YouTube first, because I'm too lazy to read it. Alright. Noted, noted. Maybe it was me. I don't think so. I really don't know. Medare ka. Medare. Sejam, 2 jam. Sekejap. Not this one. Sejam saja. Not bad. Ah, 2 hours. Okay. Apa tadi? Jerudong. Low energy. Deep What there's important thing about. What strap condition? Strap. Strap condition. Is it? Oh. Stratification. Stratification. Bumpy, bumpy. What was it? Ancient dishes. What was it? Subjugation. Up and down. Oh, Jericho. Jericho. Dipping there. Oh, I cannot see. Yes. Dipping direction to the west. Angle. Into the detail of the inner scale. The red row indicate the angle. Berapa tadi? 80. Dipping is 27. Degrees. Is dipping direction same as angle direction? Angle direction. Older to younger. Position. Offset. Is older to younger. Stone and shell. Build it. Beh,ちょっと待って、何Build it. Since stone and shell, why is it due to it being soft? And shell, why is it due to it being soft? Flooring, going back to sun and colors. Flooring, flooring. There are few fossils, burrows, tempat katang tinggal. There are few fossils burrowing find the dipping direction. Definition. Wah, ngantuk. First, set piano. 263 is what? Mhm. 1990 decide. What does it mean? 90? 90? Eh, what tutorial? What tutorial? Um, about the Brunei, about the it, what was it? Um, uh, what was it? About the what naming a company? ETC. I forgot. What was the tutorial? Where's the question? Files. Oh. Private channel. Sign. When is this? Assignment is recorded. Nope. That's material. Should I download this? Also, select a group leader to send the exercise. The exercise should be in one page. Download. No. The minute. This PDF. What tutorial? She said. Thing. Yeah, in dry. Dipping. Oh, my back. R.I.P. Lihat na kung dengar apa. Slow down, slow down. Sometimes the girl can have a cap lock. Okay. Under the sun. Under the sun or above the sun? What the? Into the sun with much more force. The draining. Potato, tomato. The problem with the area. The problem with the area in structure view, which is the stamen is hard and soft. Sinking. Yes. Subsidence. The area are not really subsidence and not many in grind. Structure, sustainable development. Yeah. Nope. Structure analysis. EG. Oh, EG. Three, two, one. Tutorial 1. Structure. 7, 8, 9. Tutorial lah. Aku mau tutorial sih. Slope deflection method. I don't want to do this. I have to do this though. Moment distribution method. Tiga siya, ha? Stratification. Microfaults. Microfracture. Microfolds and microfracture. Ephriomofa. How do you spell that? Ephriomofa. Ephriomofa. Lines like scratch. Scratch. Like the chin chum. No. Deflection. Carbon dating. Carbon dating to find delete ka. Okay. Huh. Upper part is the young area. Oh, like, yeah, we open this window and we see the open or connect X. Yeah. What making? Wow, I love structure analysis. So excited to do it. Got them. Okay, fine, fine. We can do this. This is easy. Yep, yep. Just question. Find direction and draw. Question 1 should be easy. Degree of freedom. Mag-request ka. Fine. Mag-request it is. How long? 6. Position and right, so oh, come on. Minus 14. No. Minus 18. 90 times 4 times 2 square 6. 240. Is it 90 though? It is 90. 90. Square 2. What are you? What are you? 6 meter, okay. Point, okay. Oh. A is longer. Chef image. And B. So B square. PAB square. L square. Oh, no wonder. I'm blind. I'm blind. $14. Right. Ah. EL over 8. 57.5. Wow, so sleepy. I don't. I want to do this. I want to do this. I can do this. I can do this. Let me do this. I love doing it. Modified. Miss pergi Formula enggak? Oh saja. SD question. And new. Over 6. D. 3 minus plus 40. SD question. Degree for A is equal to degree to E is equal to 0. Oh.
Back again. Once he go black, he'll be back again. No. Said it's crunch time. Yes, I cut Chanel and Magic.
Cute. Anyway, this one.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life.
Heck yeah. Huberman.
I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine. Today, we're talking all about habits. In particular, we're going to discuss the biology of habit formation and the biology of how we break habits. We can all appreciate the value of having habits. Habits organize our behavior into more or less reflexive actions, so we don't have to think too much about performing the various behaviors that, for instance, allow us to brush our teeth or which side of bed we roll out of in the morning. And then, of course, habits can be more elaborate too. We can be in the habit of exercising at a particular time of day. You can be in the habit of eating certain foods. You can be in the habit of saying or not saying certain things. But of course, there are many habits that don't serve us well, that perhaps even undermine our immediate and long-term health goals, psychological goals, and even some habits that can really undermine our overall life goals. Today we're going to talk about making, meaning forming, and breaking, stopping various habits. There's a lot of information out there about habits. You'll find this in the popular sphere. There are books, there are articles, there are workshops, and so forth. However, lesser known is that there's a whole neuroscience of habit formation and habit breaking. There's a whole field of psychology devoted to understanding habit formation and habit breaking. And within those scientific literatures, I think there are some real gems that, at least to my knowledge, we pay too much attention to in the popular sphere. So today we're going to talk about the biology of habit formation and habit breaking. I'm also going to spell out two specific types of habit formation and habit breaking programs. Boil these down to some very explicit steps that anyone can use. My reasoning for doing that is, first of all, it's the end of 2021. Many people are thinking about New Year's resolutions. They're thinking about leaving some things behind from
1 year ago.
previous, and acquiring some new behaviors, taking on some new challenges, trying to do new things for your lives. But regardless of when you're listening to this, the programs that I'll outline are grounded in the neuroscience and biology of habit formation, and they map very well to what the psychologists have described in terms of habit formation and breaking. So today you're going to learn a lot of science. You're also going to come away with some practical tools. I'm certain that regardless of your present state or goals, there will be something of value to you. Before we begin, I'd like to emphasize that this podcast is separate from my teaching and research roles at Stanford. It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero cost to consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public. In keeping with that theme, I'd like to thank the sponsors of today's podcast. Our first sponsor is Athletic Greens. Athletic Greens is an all-in-one vitamin, mineral, probiotic drink. I started taking Athletic Greens way back in 2012, so I'm delighted that they're sponsoring the podcast. Because I started taking Athletic Greens, that's where you'll find the Chillin mattress for you. Let's talk about habits. Anytime we're talking about habits, that means our nervous system learns something. Now, many people think that habits are just like reflexes, but pure reflexes are things like the eye blink reflex. If something comes toward your eye and you don't want it to get in your eye, you'll blink. Or if you happen to step on a sharp object or get too close to something that's too hot, you'll reflexively move away. Those aren't habits. Those are what we call hardwired reflexes. Habits are things that our nervous system learn, but not always consciously. Sometimes we develop habits that we're not even aware of until they become a problem, or maybe they serve us well, who knows. But the fact of the matter is that habits are a big part of who we are. What we do habitually makes up much of what we do entirely. In fact, it's estimated that up to 70% of our waking behavior is made up of habitual behavior. You can imagine that there's a lot of biology, cells and hormones and neural pathways, etc., that are going to support the development of those habits. So if habits are largely learned, consciously or unconsciously, we have to ask ourselves, what is learning? Well, learning is neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is simply the process by which our nervous system changes in response to experience. You ask, what changes? Well, what changes are the connections between neurons. Neurons are just nerve cells. They communicate with one another by electricity and by sending chemical signals to one another that inspire the next neuron and the next neuron to either be electrically active or not. But at the end of the day, neuroplasticity is about forming new neural circuits, new pathways by which certain habits are likely to occur and other ones are less likely to occur. So we've got habits, we have that habits are learned, we have that learning involves neuroplasticity, and that neuroplasticity involves changes in the connections between neurons, nerve cells. Okay, so that describes habits through the lens of neuroscience and biology. But as many of you are well aware, there are popular books about habits, and there's a whole psychological literature about habits. And those two areas point to some very interesting aspects of habits that I think are worth mentioning. First of all is this notion of immediate goal-based habits versus identity-based habits. Immediate goal-based habits are going to be habits that are designed to bring you a specific outcome as you do them, so each and every time you do them. So for instance, it might be that you want to develop a habit of getting 60 minutes of zone 2 cardio each day, or perhaps 3-4 times a week as we head into the new year. I've talked before on the
Surely
podcast
worth it.
about the fact that the scientific literature and the health literature really points to the incredibly positive effects of getting 150 minutes to 180 minutes per week minimum of what's called zone 2 cardio. Zone 2 cardio is basically any cardiovascular exercise that gets you moving and your heart pumping and breathing, but not so hard that you can't hold a conversation. So it kind of puts you at the threshold of being just able to have a conversation that's a little bit strained, but if you were to exercise a little bit harder, run a little bit faster, etc., you wouldn't be able to talk while you did it. There's a lot of literature that points to that as a healthy practice. So maybe you're somebody that wants to get more of zone 2 cardio, for instance. That would be an immediate goal-based habit. If your goal is to get that cardio maybe 4 times a week, every time you do it, you can check off a little box and you say, okay, I did it, you met the goal. That is different than so-called identity-based habits, where there's a larger overarching theme to the habit, where you're trying to become, quote-unquote, a fit person, or you're somebody who wants to be an athlete or something of that sort. It's where you start to attach some sort of larger picture about yourself or what it means for you to do that habit, where there's both the immediate goal, right, complete the exercise, complete the session or whatever it is, check off that box, but that you're linking it to some sort of larger goal. Now, why am I making this distinction? I mean, first of all, I'm not the one to first make this distinction. Others have made the distinction between identity versus immediate goal-based habit formation. But the reason I'm making the distinction is that pretty soon in our discussion today, we are going to talk about dopamine, a molecule that's associated with motivation and reward that we make in our brain, and how different schedules of dopamine release predict whether or not we will stick to a habit or not, and in particular whether or not we will be able to form that habit quickly or not. Now, this is absolutely critical to understand for the following reason. Another thing that you'll hear out there in the literature is that it takes 21 days to form a habit. Some people say 18, some people say 21, some people say 30 days, some people say 60 days. So which one is it? Does it depend on the habit that one is trying to form? Or does it depend on the person that's trying to form the habit? It turns out that there's excellent peer-reviewed data on this. There's a study published in 2010, first author Lally, L-A-L-L-Y. This study found that for the same habit to be formed, it can take anywhere from 18 days to as many as 254 days for different individuals to form that habit.
200.
The reason I bring this up is that I always get asked, is it true that it takes 21 days to form a habit? Is it true that your nervous system changes in 6 days when you're doing something repeatedly? And the answer is, as I mentioned before, it's highly variable. What I didn't tell you actually was what specific habit they were looking at in that Lally study. And it's interesting that the specific behavior was a health-related behavior, pretty relevant to our discussion here on the podcast, which was taking walks after dinner. There's actually a really nice literature showing that walks after a meal can speed glucose clearance from the bloodstream, can be beneficial for not just weight loss, but cardiovascular health, etc. So a walk after dinner seems pretty straightforward, right? Well, in order to form that habit, it took some people 18 days and other people 254 days. How did they know when they formed the habit? Well, they were doing it about 85% of the time, and they also reported not having to spend that much mental effort in order to get into the mode of taking a walk after dinner. So for those of you listening, some of you might be thinking, I can't believe it takes some people 254 days to get into that habit. As I said, people are highly variable, and if you can't form one habit easily, it doesn't mean that you can't form other habits easily. The mystery of why certain people can form certain habits more easily than others probably has something to do with how well people manage what's called limbic friction. Now, limbic friction is not a term that you're going to find in the formal neurobiological literature or even psychological literature. It's frankly a term that I coined to encompass a number of different pieces of the psychology and neuroscience literature. Limbic friction is a shorthand way that I use to describe the strain that's required in order to overcome one of 2 states within your body. One state is one of anxiousness, where you're really anxious and therefore you can't calm down, you can't relax, and therefore you can't engage in some particular activity or thought pattern that you like. The other state is one in which you're feeling too tired or lazy or not motivated. Both of those states, feeling too alert and too calm, if you will, relate to the function of the so-called autonomic nervous system, a set of neurons and hormones and chemicals in your brain and body that act as sort of a seesaw. You're either alert or calm. You're either asleep or stressed. Those two states are not compatible with one another. You've probably heard of wired and tired, but that's really once you've been very stressed for a long time to the point where you're exhausted. What does the autonomic nervous system have to do with any of this? Well, limbic friction is a phrase that can be used to describe how much effort, how much activation energy you need in order to engage in a particular behavior. So using this Lally study as an example, some people would eat dinner and then say, oh, that's right, I'm trying to develop the habit of taking a walk after dinner, so let's get up and go. Other people will feel like, I just don't want to do it today. They're going to feel too much limbic friction, and that limbic friction could arrive, again, from one of two sources. It could be because they are too tired to do it, or it could be because they're too anxious and distracted in order to do it. So this is a key distinction. A lot of habit formation has to do with being in the right state of mind and being able to control your state of body and mind. So as we march forward, what you're going to find is that this phrase or this term, limbic friction, is going to be a useful metric or way for you to touch in with yourself and address whether or not you are likely to be able to form a certain habit easily or whether or not it's going to be very challenging. And I'm going to teach you a way to measure your degree of limbic friction, that is, how much activation energy it will take in order for you to execute a new habit. And I'm going to teach you how to measure your limbic friction and activation energy for how likely it is that you're going to be able to break a habit that you don't want to have. The other key concept for us to address that's really mainly found in the books and articles out there about habits is this notion of what I call linchpin habits. Linchpin habits are certain habits that make a lot of other habits easier to execute. The sorts of linchpin habits that I'm referring to are always going to be things that you enjoy doing. I'll just give you an example from my life. I happen to like exercise, not all forms of exercise, but I happen to like resistance training and I happen to like running. So I'm personally in the habit of getting cardiovascular exercise 3 or 4 times per week, 30 to 60 minutes per session. And I'm in the habit of doing resistance training 3 or 4 times per week. They also for about 45 to 60 minutes per session. Now, I enjoy those, and for reasons that I'll get into a little bit later, I place those activities typically early in the day because of the neurochemistry and the various types of hormones, etc., that are associated with performing those activities. But I really place those activities under the umbrella of what I call linchpin habits. Why? Because those particular habits are easy to execute because I enjoy them, but they also make a lot of other habits easier to execute. Things like being alert for work, things like making sure that I get good sleep the night before, things like hydration, things like making sure that I eat the foods that are better for me than maybe some of the other foods that I would more reflexively reach to if I weren't doing that training. So certain habits act as linchpins, meaning that they shift a lot of other things. They can control and bias the likelihood that, in this case, you or me, will perform other habits that are harder to access, that we have less of an affinity for. So again, there's 3 concepts that we need to include here. We've got identity-based versus goal-based habits. We've got the concept that different habits take different periods of time to adopt depending on the person and the habit, and that there are these, what I call linchpin habits, certain habits that make other habits easier to execute. And those linchpin habits always are things that we enjoy doing. So our goal throughout this episode is for you to identify which habits are easy for you to perform, which ones are hard for you to perform, and which habits you want to break. If you want to grab a pen and paper, you can do that, or if you want to dictate some of that into your phone, you can. But right now, actually, if you just want to think about these concepts, you can always go back later and make sure to spell out a very specific way that you can chart out a map towards forming particular habits and breaking particular habits later on. What I'd like us to do at this point is to take that concept of limbic friction and for you to ask yourself what habits you perform on a daily basis. And these could be things as basic as brushing your teeth before breakfast or brushing your teeth after breakfast. It could be, for instance, that you get exercise or you get it at a particular time of day, or even that you take a particular route to work, right? We are very habitual, and we tend to do things more or less over and over in the same way unless we intervene in ourselves. It's just the way that we are wired. So now I'd like to shift to thinking about a particular aspect of habits, and that's habit strength. We all have different habits. You brush your teeth at a particular time of day, you probably exercise at particular times a week, you probably go to the refrigerator in a very habitual way. We are incredibly habitual organisms. Unless we intervene in our habits, they tend to carry out the same way that they always have once they've formed. So you can do this exercise now. You don't have to write this down if you don't want to, but you certainly are welcome. We're going to evaluate what's called habit strength. That's not a concept that I created. Habit strength is something that you will find in the psychological literature. Habit strength is measured by two main criteria. The first is how context dependent a given habit is. So context dependence is if you go from one environment to the next, do you tend to do the same thing in the same way at the same time of day? So for instance, brushing your teeth first thing in the morning, maybe some of you do that before breakfast, maybe some of you do that later, maybe some of you, like me, don't even eat breakfast. But when I travel, I tend to brush my teeth at more or less the same time of day relative to when I wake up as I do when I'm at home. So it's context independent. So it's a very strong habit, right? There are certain behaviors, like perhaps what you eat or perhaps how you dress, that are context independent, that you might perform one way in one context and another way in another context. The other aspect of habit strength is how much limbic friction is required to perform that habit on a regular basis. This is extremely important because if you are in the process of building habits and consolidating these habits, then it's probably going to take more limbic friction to execute those habits. What do I mean by that? Well, let's say you set out to get, let's say, 45 minutes of zone 2 cardio exercise every day, 5 or even 7 days a week. Well, if at first you're highly motivated, limbic friction might be pretty low. Limbic friction is how much top-down, meaning from your forebrain to your limbic system, the part of your brain that generates autonomic responses, how much limbic friction, meaning conscious override of your state, is required in order to engage in that particular behavior. So if you're feeling particularly tired and you don't want to get up out of bed and you don't want to go out and do your zone 2 cardio, then there's a high degree of limbic friction. It takes more. Some people think of it as motivation, but motivation is a bit of a vague concept, whereas limbic friction involves specific neural circuits, and you can think of it in a more or less quantitative way. You can think of that your body is very tired, so it's going to take more limbic friction in order to get into action. Right? You have to overcome more limbic friction, Whereas if you're very, very alert, there's less limbic friction because you're moving towards something that's action-oriented. However, the inverse is also true. Let's say that you are trying to get into the habit, or you're in the early stages of forming a habit, to meditate regularly. That's a pretty quiescent or calming activity. So if you're somebody who comes home from work and you're very anxious and you have a lot of work to do and you have to deal with a bunch of things, there's a lot of limbic friction to overcome in order to get into that calm state. So these two aspects, context dependence, whether or not you're likely to do the thing regardless of where you are, right, on travel, at home, on vacation, with people around, not people around, etc., and how much limbic friction is required to execute that habit, will tell you whether or not that habit is deeply or just shallowly embedded within your nervous system. The goal of any habit that we want to form is to get into what's called automaticity. Automaticity is fancy language for the neural circuits can perform it automatically. And that's the ultimate place to be. Right? If you have all these goals and things that you want to be doing on a regular basis, we'd love for them to be habitual because it takes less mental and physical effort, less limbic friction in order to execute those. And so much of what's out there, again, in the popular psychology literature, books that you'll find on the bookstore shelf and on Amazon and the airports, are about how to get from that mode of high degree of limbic friction to automaticity. And they offer a number of different ways, I think many of which are useful, trying to get you to organize different types of habits into different bins, like value-based and goal-based, and trying to persuade you that structuring habits at particular times of day or in a particular way are going to be beneficial. And indeed, I think they have helped a lot of people. So what I'd like to do is to take the scientific literature of how the nervous system learns and engages in neuroplasticity and apply that to habit formation, habit maintenance, and, if so desired, how to break particular habits. I'd like to give you a particular tool that's gleaned from the research psychology literature. I should mention that I learned about this from an excellent review article that's available online. It's called Psychology of Habit. The authors are Wendy Wood and Dennis Runger. This is published in Annual Review of Psychology. The Annual Reviews series is a very high quality series. There are annual reviews of neuroscience, annual reviews of psychology, annual reviews of nutrition science, etc. Those of you that are interested in exploring review articles that are grounded in hundreds of quality peer-reviewed studies. The annual review series is really terrific, certainly among the best, if not the best. They also tend to be quite long and quite comprehensive. So this review, Psychology of Habit by Wood and Runger, is excellent. And here I'm more or less paraphrasing from them, so I want to be clear that these are their words, not mine. They're talking about the various ways that habits form in the nervous system, and they mention with each repetition of a habit, small changes occur in the cognitive and neural mechanisms associated with procedural memory. I just want to talk for a second about what procedural memory is. In the neuroscience of memory, we distinguish between what's called episodic memory and procedural memory. Episodic memory is a recall of a particular set of events that happened, whereas procedural memory is holding in mind the specific sequence of things that need to happen in order for a particular outcome to occur. So think of it like a recipe or a protocol. Or for the sake of exercise, it's like sets and reps, or a particular course that you're going to run or cycle, or the number of laps you're going to swim and how you're going to perform it. It's very clear that for anyone trying to adopt new habits, getting into the mindset of procedural memory is very useful for overcoming that barrier that we call limbic friction. How do you do that? Well, a simple visualization exercise, or it doesn't even have to be done eyes closed. Oftentimes you do a visualization exercise, you think about sitting in a lotus position, eyes closed, and trying really hard to visualize something. It doesn't need to be anything like that. It can simply be, if you are deciding to adopt a new habit, to just think about the very specific sequence of steps that's required to execute that habit. And I'll use a trivial example, but this could be applied to anything. Let's say I want to get into the habit of making myself or someone else in my household a cup of espresso every morning. I would actually think through each of those steps. Walk into the kitchen, turn on the espresso machine, draw the espresso, walking through each of those steps from start to finish. It turns out just that simple mental exercise done once can shift people toward a much higher likelihood of performing that habit regularly, not just the first time, but as they continue out into the days and weeks that follow. So that's remarkable to me, and the literature is really robust. Just one mental exercise of thinking through what are the sequence of steps required in order to perform this habit from start to finish can shift the likelihood of being able to perform that habit from unlikely or moderately likely to very likely over time. And that's because it pulls from this process that involves our hippocampus and our cortex and other areas of our brain and nervous system that engage in procedural memory. It shifts the brain towards a mindset, if you will. It's more of a neural circuit set, but a mindset / neural circuit set of doing things in a particular sequence, which allows that limbic friction to come down and increases the likelihood that we're going to perform that thing. Simple tool, but very powerful tool according to the psychology literature. And actually, the cellular and molecular mechanisms that underlie that sort of procedural memory stepping through phenomenon are known. In this article I mentioned, this beautiful review, they talk about so-called Hebbian learning. Donald Hebb was a psychologist in Canada and birthed this field that has now lasted, more than 50 years and is still very strong in neuroscience and psychology, of Hebbian learning. Hebbian learning is when particular neurons are coactive, meaning when they fire together, they tend to strengthen their connections with one another. And it has a number of different underlying cellular and molecular features that we don't have to go into in detail, but for those of you that want to know, I know some of you are hungry for a little bit more neuroscience. This involves things like NMDA receptors, N-methyl D-aspartate receptors. NMDA receptors are really important, I think, for everyone to understand. So I'll just tell you a little bit about them. These are receptors that are on the neuron surface, and normally they don't contribute much to the activity of those neurons. Those neurons are perfectly capable of doing their thing without activation of this NMDA receptor. But when a neuron gets a very strong input, a strong stimulus, that NMDA receptor triggers a number of mechanisms that recruit to the surface of the neuron more other receptors. In other words, it makes that neuron more responsive to input in the future such that it doesn't require so much input. In other words, it takes a neuron that is very unlikely to fire and makes it more likely to fire. So this procedural stepping through of the steps of the recipe, or the series of action steps that are involved in sitting down to study and writing for an hour, or generating exercise, whatever it is the habit that you're trying to learn, when you're doing that exercise, it's not as if your nervous system thinks you're actually performing the behavior. Your nervous nervous system isn't stupid. It's actually a lot smarter than that. It knows the difference between a thought and an action. But when you do that, it sets in motion the same neurons that are going to be required for the execution of that habit. And so when you actually show up to perform that habit, it's as if the dominoes fall more easily. It's a lower threshold, as we say, in order to get the habit to perform. So heavy in learning, NMDA receptors, all that nuts and bolts stuff are really the guts of the mechanisms of how this works. But for those of you that just want to be more habitual about certain things, be able to perform certain things more reflexively that you would like in your life, simply take the time, do it once, maybe twice, and just sit down, close your eyes if you like, and just step through the procedure of what it's going to take in order to perform that habit. The psychology literature, as I mentioned, and also the neuroscience literature strongly supports the fact that it is going to make it far easier for you to adopt and maintain that habit. And if you are somebody who used to perform a habit and you don't understand why you dropped it and you're frustrated with yourself and trying to figure out how you can get back into that habit, well, by all means, lean right back into that habit. But if you're having trouble doing that, also just use the procedural memory exercise in order to shift your nervous system toward a higher likelihood that you will return to that habit. Just the same way I described for trying to initiate a new habit. So now I'd like to discuss a second and what I think is perhaps the most powerful tool for being able to acquire and stick to new habits. This tool is rooted in what we call neural circuits, and I do think it is important to understand a little bit about how those neural circuits work. For those of you that are saying, just tell me what to do, I have to say, as I always say, understanding a little bit or a lot of underlying mechanism will help solidify these concepts for you and will help ensure that the tools that I offer are going to make sense and that they're going to make sense in different contexts and for different types of habits that you're trying to learn. So rather than just tell you what to do, I'm going to tell you how this particular tool works, and then in doing that, you should be able to apply it to any habit under any conditions. The tool that I'm referring to is something called task bracketing, and the neural circuits associated with task bracketing are basically the neural circuits that are going to allow you to learn any new type of habit or break any habit that you'd like to break. We have in our brain a set of neural circuits that fall under the umbrella term of the basal ganglia. The basal ganglia are involved in action execution, meaning doing certain things, and action suppression, not doing certain things. In the experimental realm, these are referred to as go, meaning do, or no go, don't do certain things. And some of us fall more into the category of we find it very easy to do certain things, but harder to not do other things. Some people have a lot of no-go type circuits that are very robust, and they have a lot of behavioral constraint, but they have a hard time getting into action. And some people have a perfect balance of both, but I've never met one of those people. So again, drawing from, and more or less paraphrasing from this beautiful review that I described earlier in the annual review of psychology, by Wood and Lunger, task bracketing involves a particular set of neural circuits within the basal ganglia. So I'm going to describe this here, again, paraphrasing, a sensory motor loop. Sensory means just input coming in about sight, sounds, taste, etc. And then the motor systems, the systems of the brain and body that generate action, taking that information and generating action. So it turns out that there's an area of our basal ganglia called the dorsolateral striatum. We use the acronym DLS. Again, dorsolateral striatum. Dorsal means up, lateral means to the side, so dorsolateral, and striatum is a subdivision of the basal ganglia. And it's very important for the establishment of behaviors that are associated with a habit, but not necessarily the habit itself. And beautiful studies in both animals and humans that record the electrical activity in the dorsolateral striatum find that the dorsolateral striatum is associated, meaning it becomes active at the beginning of a particular habit and at the very end and after a particular habit. Hence the phrase task bracketing. It brackets the habit. Now, other sets of neurons are going to be active during the actual execution of the habit. But what the literature on the dorsolateral striatum tells us is that we have particular circuits in our brain that are devoted to framing the events that happen just before and as we initiate a habit, and just after and as we terminate a habit. In other words, it acts as a sort of marker for the habit execution, but not the execution of the habit per se. This is very important because task bracketing is what underlies whether or not a habit will be context dependent or not, whether or not it will be strong and likely to occur even if we didn't get a good night's sleep the night before, even if we're feeling distracted, even if we are not feeling like doing something emotionally, or if we are, completely overwhelmed by other events. If the neural circuits for task bracketing are deeply embedded in us, meaning they are very robust around a particular habit, well, then it's likely that we're going to go out for that zone 2 cardio no matter what, that we're going to brush our teeth no matter what. In fact, brushing our teeth is a pretty good example because for most people, even if you got a terrible night's sleep, even if everything in your life is going wrong, chances are, since you're very depressed, if you're going to leave to work, or even if you're not, that you're going to still carry out the behavior of brushing your teeth in the morning. I would hope so, actually. But you are probably less likely to perform particular habits that are not what you deem as necessary. But if you think about it, brushing your teeth, exercise, eating particular foods, maybe engaging socially in particular ways, you are the one that places any kind of value assessment on which ones are essential and which ones are negotiable. So task bracketing sets a neural imprint, a kind of a fingerprint in your brain of this thing has to happen at this particular time of day, so much so that it's reflexive. And as we'll talk about in a moment, there's a way that you can build up task bracketing so that regardless of what it is you're trying to learn, there's a much higher probability that you're going to do that thing. When I say learn, meaning, let's say you're trying to acquire a habit that for you is really challenging. Maybe it's that you're going to write for an hour a day on a book project that you've been thinking about, or you're going to work on mathematics, or you're going to do any sort of thing that for you there's a lot of limbic friction. While it is important to think about the sequence of events that would be required in order to engage in that behavior, that procedural memory, visualization exercise we talked about before, that will help. There is a way also that you can orient your nervous system toward this task bracketing process so that your nervous system is shifted or oriented towards the execution of a given habit. So this is sort of like warming up your body to exercise. When the dorsolateral striatum is engaged, your body and your brain are primed to execute a habit. And then you get to consciously insert which habit you want to perform. So in order to leverage the neural mechanisms of task bracketing, in order to increase the likelihood that you're going to perform a particular habit, I have to break it to you that one thing that you've probably heard over and over about habit formation is not true. What I'm referring to is this idea that if you are very specific about exactly when you're going to perform a particular habit, that you are more likely to perform that habit. While that is true in the short term, it's not true in the long term. The reason for that is that our nervous system tends to generate particular kinds of behaviors based not on time, but on our state, meaning what level of activation is taking place in our brain and body, how much focus we have, how fatigued we are, how energized we are. So while schedules are important, it's not the specific time of day per se that's going to allow you to get into a habit and form that habit and consolidate that habit. Rather, it's the state that your brain and body are in that's important to anchor yourself to. So now I'm going to offer you a tool. It's actually an entire program by which you can insert particular habits and activities at particular phases of the day, not times of the day, but phases of the day. Because it turns out that particular phases of the day are associated with particular biological underpinnings, chemicals and neurotransmitters and so forth. And in doing so, it will make it far more likely that you'll be able to regularly engage in these habits and activities over a long period of time. Whether or not that will move you from somebody who ordinarily would take 200 days to form a habit to one of those 18 days to habit people in that earlier study I mentioned, I don't know, but I am certain that it will have a significant shift on allowing you to engage in particular habits more easily and to consolidate those habits more quickly. So the program I'm about to describe, I formulated for you based on the neuroscience literature and the psychology literature of learning and this concept of task bracketing. It involves dividing the 24-hour days into what I call 3 phases. The first is phase 1, which is 0 to 8 hours after waking up, approximately. And you can put a plus or minus 30 minutes on this for yourself. The second phase is the 9 to 14, maybe 15 hours after you wake up. And the third phase is 16 to 24 hours after waking up. So we've taken the 24-hour cycle, we've carved it up into 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Everything I'm describing, or at least the way I'm going to describe it, is based on what I would call a typical schedule, diurnal schedule. For nocturnal, well, we are diurnal. Most of us are asleep at night and awake during the day. I do realize that a number of people have shift work, or they have newborns, or other reasons why they have to be up in the middle of the night and sleeping during the day. If that's the case, please listen to the episode that we did on jet lag and shift work, because it has a lot of tools specifically for that population. But most people go to sleep somewhere around 10 p.m., plus or minus 2 hours, and wake up sometime around 7 a.m., plus or minus 2 hours. So today I'm going to use the to bed at 10 p.m. and the wake up time of 7 a.m. as the framework for this, but you could adopt it easily to your particular schedule. Phase 1, which again is 0 to 8 hours after waking, has a particular neurochemical signature. Regardless of what you do, the neuromodulators norepinephrine, as well as epinephrine, so that's noradrenaline and adrenaline, as well as the neuromodulator dopamine, tend to be elevated during that first 0 to 8 hours after waking. There are a number of reasons for this related to the fact that also cortisol is higher in the brain and bloodstream. It's a healthy level of cortisol upon waking, body temperature is increased, etc. And there are several things that perhaps we should all be doing. I've talked about many of these in the podcast before, that in addition to those chemicals, further support an alert and focused state. I'll just list those off. I've done many podcasts on each of these. If you'd like to access those podcasts, you can find them in the menu of podcasts on YouTube, Apple, Spotify, etc. They involve, for instance, viewing sunlight or bright artificial light if you can't access sunlight within the first 30 minutes of waking, physical exercise of some kind in this first phase of the day, 0 to 8 hours of the day, ideally pretty early in that phase, but if it has to be at the 7 to 8 hour transition point, that's fine too. Cold exposure in the form of cold showers or ice baths or outside with minimal clothing, appropriate yet minimal clothing. Caffeine ingestion, fasting, for instance, not ingesting calories, also will lend itself to increased norepinephrine, dopamine, etc. If you are going to consume foods that are rich in things like tyrosine, which is a precursor for dopamine, you can look up which foods are high in tyrosine. And for those of you that are interested in supplementation and like to use those routes, things like alpha GPC or phenylethylamine, or L-tyrosine, that's in keeping with what you're able to do. Of course, consult your doctor if you're going to rely on supplementation. What's this all about? Well, the already elevated norepinephrine and dopamine, the sunlight, exercise, cold exposure, caffeine, tyrosine, etc., all of those place the brain and body into a state in which you are better able, or I would say more easily able, to engage in activities that have a high degree of limbic friction and where you need to override that limbic friction. Right? We've heard that the morning is kind of sacred, conquer the hardest things first thing in the morning, and that's been discussed in the pop psychology literature and in the habit formation literature, merely from the perspective of get it out of the way so you can feel good about having done it. But what I'm referring to is quite different. What I'm referring to is a particular phase of day that after rising, after waking up that is, for 0 to 8 hours, right, in that first phase, your whole system is action and focus oriented. And we know that when you are action and focus oriented, and because of the neurochemicals that are naturally released in your brain and body, that you will be more likely to overcome any limbic friction that stands in the way of performing particular habits. So as you list out or think about the various habits that you'd like to adopt in your
3 hours.
Laura,
Sure.
you put things right around you. You start now, you develop a noble vision, right, of who you could be. You start to put that into practice, develop some discipline, familiarize yourself with the great works of the past. Learn to read, learn to write, learn to speak, learn to think. Man, you'll be deadly. What you could bring to the table that hasn't been brought to the table for years is an emphasis on individual responsibility. And the right way to do that, as far as I'm concerned, is to start with yourself. Just develop a vision for your life. Start thinking about, if you could be who you could be, what would that look like? That's the beginning of a mature philosophy of being. If you could be the person that you would admire, to be the noblest person that you can be, who is adopting the maximum amount of responsibility.
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life. I'm Andrew
Nutrition,
Huberman, and
diet,
I'm a professor of
exercise.
neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine.
No. How many thirsty people are there? Punk. Too much though. I'm gonna get copyright.
Meaning. Walk me through how we assign meaning, how we leverage the reward and punishment to really get us in a situation where we can push through something that people might not be able to push through.
Yeah. So when you start thinking about things like growth mindset in terms of how they convert to neurochemical signatures, it leads us to this place of, okay, if it's all subjective, then, if I just say, look, I'm going to stand up out of my chair and that's going to feel amazing, is that going to work? Well, no. It depends on the meaning that I attach to something. And this subjective part can be a little tricky and a little bit hard for people. So I want to try and lay it out in a concrete way so that if they want to apply this, they can. Incidentally, or not so incidentally, I should say, when you look at communities of very high performers, and I'm fortunate enough to do some consulting with some people from special forces communities and so forth, they're very good, as are you, at attaching reward to specific behaviors in subjective ways. So growth mindset and these dopamine rewards that we subjectively apply are not about saying, oh, I had a terrible day, I performed poorly, but you know what, it's great, I just feel great anyway. It's not about that. It's not about attaching your sense of reward to the ultimate goal. It's about attaching your sense of reward to the fact that you're making action steps that are generally in the right direction. The more you can reward the effort process, the better off you are at building these kinds of neural circuits and these kind of tendencies to be able to lean into anything challenging over essentially any duration. So how does this work? How would somebody do this, right? Well, keeping in mind that adrenaline and epinephrine are all great for getting us into action. This is Mother Nature's way of chemically making us feel kind of agitated. Remember, stress was designed to agitate us, to move us away from things and toward things. But realizing that that's a limited resource, that eventually that same chemical is what makes you have a negative mindset, it feels painful, it's the burn in your body, it's uncomfortable. And realizing that dopamine can push back on that neurochemical, it can suppress those sensations of wanting to quit. You say, well then how do I get this dopamine to work for me every day is going to be a real win. There's some days, and I know from my science career, there were days that were really hard, experiments didn't work, papers got rejected, and yet, I've spent 2 decades or more just drilling on, and it's been a sheer pleasure at times. But there's been, some pain points along the way. So what is this process really about, and how would somebody implement these dopamine and epinephrine type neurochemical events in their own life? Well, we all know the example of like wanting to run a marathon. I've never run a marathon, but that'd be a nice goal to have. Let's say tomorrow morning I set my shoes near the door. Now, a lot of people talk about this. Day 1, you set your shoes near the door. Day 2, you go out the door. Day 3, you run around the block. Day 4. But the key thing is not just to go through the actions, but when you hit each one of those self-designated milestones, the milestones that you're setting out for yourself, you have to pause for a moment and tell yourself, I'm heading in the right direction. I haven't run the marathon yet, but this is the foundation upon which I'm going to lay another foundation, upon which I'm going to lay another foundation. And those little pulses of dopamine allow you to get that action step without the depletion that it would normally bring. Otherwise, it's like you're spending money. This is like replenishing this bank account that you have, and it's a neural bank account. And so dopamine is the thing that you can control the dosing of. And so if you say, today it's my shoes at the door, but tomorrow it's around the block, and that's it. But that's in the direction I want to go. What you do is you now get those 2 events, plus the next day, the mile-long runner, and so forth, without it depleting you. It actually builds this capacity to build more reward. And this is what you've done. This is what people from elite special forces can do. They know how to make small, simple, physical steps in the real world that allow them to build on these reward circuitries, but they don't get delusional about how they're doing. They know they keep the end in mind, but they get very micro. They move the horizon in very close. And so if you can move the horizon to something you know you can complete and reward that, you essentially are where you were before. You're just as strong, if not stronger, but you're heading in the direction you need to go. You're not depleting, you're not spending out anything. And it feels a little weird because none of us like to reward things that aren't external. But the ability to control these internal reward schedules is everything.
One thing that you've talked about that I think is along these lines, be interesting to see if they feel as related to you when you know so much about it, but for me at a high level, these feel very related. You talked about somebody gets in a car accident, acetylcholine, if I'm not mistaken, is released that says, fucking pay attention to this, pay attention right now. And it basically responds to peaks and valleys. So if something really bad happens or something really good happens, it's present, you begin to hardwire the association of whatever emotion is with that thing. And so if you have something, a traumatic event or whatever, and you now see something that's very negative, you can actually flip that by getting in a state where you're secreting acetylcholine again, and now in a positive, right? So that you can feel good about that thing. So how do people take control of that process? So if you've been in a car accident, you now have this negative association with driving, how do you grab a hold of the production of acetylcholine? How do you reframe it?
Yeah, so it's great you're mentioning acetylcholine. So acetylcholine is the neurochemical that we want to think about anytime we're talking about neural plasticity, and in particular, attention, high attentional states. So everyone knows that the brain is very plastic early in life. So from birth until about age 25, you can learn so much, for better or for worse. I always say the downside is that early in life, you have less control over your life circumstances, but your brain is very plastic. So there's a dark and light to that. Later in life, you have a lot more control generally over your life circumstances, but the brain becomes less plastic. However, we know, based on Nobel Prize winning work and recent work in addition to that, that the neuromodulator, acetylcholine, is secreted when we pay attention to something very specific. It acts as sort of a spotlight in the brain, making certain synapses, the connections between neurons, more active and more likely to be active again than others. So when you hear that song that you love so much, and it moves you, and you feel dopamine being pulsed in your body, that's a real thing. You're actually getting dopamine secretion. You form that deep association with that. And acetylcholine draws your attention to that. And that song is essentially wired in a very indelible way into your nervous system. You can probably even, with certain songs, you can feel your body start to energize, because of course the brain, through connections with your muscles, controls your body. So for things that are traumatic or negative, what we're really talking about is neuroplasticity that's focused on unlearning. And most of the therapies for this, whether or not it's EMDR, eye movement desensitization reprocessing, or it's traditional psychoanalysis and psychotherapy, or it's somatic embodied release, Kundalini breathing type of, almost all of those are designed to do something, which is to bring the person, or you bring yourself, into a state of heightened alertness, right? You can't do this stuff when you're sort of half asleep. Heightened alertness, and then focusing your attention on the traumatic or negative event. This is the way that it works. And then pairing that with something new. Traditionally this was done with things like NLP or in talk therapy, where people would feel the positive relationship with the therapist. That was kind of the main rationale, in association with this very traumatic, sometimes even shameful type events. And the idea is that you would simultaneously have those two experiences, the negative one and the feeling of safety, and you would rewire those circuitries. I actually believe that can work, but it can take a lot of time. So it can take a lot of visits to the therapist, which is not to say it's bad, it's just not everyone has access to those resources. Things like eye movement desensitization reprocessing, simply moving the eyes laterally while recounting these negative events. The woman who devised this figured out that somehow when people recount these traumatic experiences, when they're doing these lateralized eye movements, not vertical eye movements, they somehow separate out the negative emotions. And I thought for years, people would ask me about this stuff, Tom, and I thought, this is ridiculous. First of all, I'm a vision scientist, and I work on stress. Like, there's no way. And then I really ate my words, because 4 papers, 2 in humans, 2 in mice, and then a 5th paper published in Nature, which is kind of our Super Bowl of scientific publishing, showed that these lateralized eye movements quiet the amygdala. They actually suppress activation of this threat detection center in the amygdala. And
why would that be true?
So this is really where it gets cool. Turns out, because of the way that we view the visual world when we move through space, when our head moves or when we walk and things flow past us, that these lateralized eye movements are what happens when you move forward in space, when you're walking, when you're moving forward towards something. And that suppresses activation of the amygdala. Now you say, why? Well, okay, so then 2018, my laboratory did an experiment. It was actually a graduate student in my laboratory where we're looking at fear. In this case, we were looking at fear to big looming objects that either trigger freezing or running and hiding. There's a brain area that's in your brain and my brain that mice also have that triggers a third option, not run and hide, not freeze, but forward confrontation. This is the, no, I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna move forward in the face of adversity. This is the growth mindset. I'm gonna lean into friction. And it turns out that this circuit is linked to the dopamine reward pathway. When we move forward in the face of a threat, and obviously we want to do this in healthy, adaptive ways, we suppress activity of the amygdala through physical action of moving forward, and there's a signal sent to the areas of the brain that control dopamine reward. Those reward centers then trigger the release of dopamine to reward forward efforts in the face of stress or threat. So when you hear about people saying, look, take some physical action when you're feeling exhausted, take some forward physical action when you're feeling overwhelmed by this traumatic experience. Now that could be in the form of a walk. Now this therapist, she figured out with EMDR, because you can't take people walking around for therapy sessions, she figured out that these lateralized eye movements are what triggers suppression of the amygdala, and it makes perfect sense because the amygdala, this threat detection center in our brain, it doesn't connect to the limbs. So how does it know if you're moving forward? Well, because the eyes are moving. You have these reflexive eye movements that you move every time you're moving through space. So to make this a little more succinct, it's really forward movement, action, pushing yourself across that threshold. Not only rewards you, but it suppresses activity of the fear centers in the brain. And these are ancient hardwired mechanisms. These aren't hacks. These are things that Mother Nature installed in us.
So I love this more than you could possibly imagine. This is so interesting. One of the things that I've heard talked about, I think is really powerful, is that overcoming a fear isn't about diminishing the fear response. It's about making more robust a sense of being brave in the face of that fear. So moving forward to translate it to, like you say, if your brain is meant to interpret stimuli, what at a stimulus level, what is that thing that's going to trigger the response? talk about the I don't know if it was mice or rats, I think it was rats, where you force them to fight and they're like in a tube and you like that study to me, tied with what you just said, is insanely powerful, especially for people who've allowed themselves to become paralyzed by fear.
Forward movement, provided it doesn't endanger you or kill you, is absolutely the remedy for fear, stress, and at least in the clinical literature, to these sort of trauma events, that people carry with them for many years. Of course, trauma needs to be dealt with hopefully with a professional, but we can all apply these mechanisms and these neurochemical reward schedules. So the study that you're referring to is a beautiful one. There's a classic study where researchers, not my lab, put 2 rats, or you could do this with mice, into a tube, and the tendency is for them to try and push one or the other one out. One always wins and pushes the other one out. We call the one that got pushed out the loser, the one that pushed them out the winner. Here are the interesting things about this. First of all, the winner will tend to win in other battles, even though these are just pushing battles, more because it simply won the time before. The loser, by losing, will tend to lose. And so people say, oh, well, that explains a lot about society, etc. Here's where it gets really interesting. You can even take a mouse or a rat and push it from behind and make it the winner. And then on subsequent trials where you're not pushing it, it will tend to win more often. So the win doesn't even have to come from itself. So last year, there was a very important paper published about this, where a set of researchers just said, well, what is it? Like, what is this winning circuit and this losing circuit? Enough with the demonstration that this happens. Like, what's happening what's under the hood? And so they went into the brain and they identified a brain area, which is part of the frontal cortex, the area that we typically think about planning, action, executive function, all the kind of high-level stuff. And what they discovered was this brain area is more active in the winner than in the loser. In fact, they could take the loser and overstimulate this area and turn the losers into winners. Now, it gets even more ridiculous than that. If you quiet this brain area, winners become losers. Okay? And if you take a winner and, let's say, at this tube battle, and you put them into, let's say, a cold environment with a bunch of other mice, and you have just a warm corner, mice don't like to be cold, and you say, who gets the warm corner, right? Who gets the luxury spot? It's always the winner. So it even breaks down at the level of social interactions. And so you say, okay, all right, now we know that it's this brain area, it's this one area of the frontal cortex, but what's it actually doing, right? Okay, what's it actually, how can we translate this? Turns out this brain area that's responsible and required for winning in this series of experiments is actually driving up the level of activation, what you and I would call agitation or stress, to the point where that animal is more likely to move forward. It's simply taking stress, which is wired into us in order to make us feel agitated, instead of suppressing us, instead of saying, I'm just going to sit here, I'm overwhelmed, I'm just going to move into action. So there's a circuit for winning. There's the same circuit when it's hypoactive, not active enough, is what causes losing in these competitive scenarios. And similarly, there's a circuit for quitting. There's a norepinephrine circuit in the brainstem. This was published in the last couple of years, showing that when animals or people are in constant effort, eventually that level of norepinephrine gets so high that it triggers a circuit that shuts down the motor control over the limbs, and you just say, that's it, I give up, I'm done. So these mechanisms were hardwired into us. We all have them. Whether or not it's from evolution, Mother Nature, God, the universe, it's irrelevant to the discussion that these circuits exist in everybody. And I think it's a select few people who really understand that forward action is what drives these circuits. It's the ability to take that agitation, stress, agitation, increase our focus, and they bias us for movement. And nature wanted that. They want us to move forward in the face of challenge, not to be quiescent. We weren't sitting around battling tigers and saber-toothed tigers all the time. More likely, we were in caves and we were getting hungry and we had to go out and search for things. Agitation and stress were designed to get us up and move us. And when we try and fight that too much, when we try and quiet that stress, that actually can be problematic. You have to decide, are you going to try and quiet stress, or are you going to actually lean into action? That's a critical choice point for everybody who's experienced anything negative or positive for that.
Dude, that is so useful in terms of getting people to understand how how to get themselves out of it. And this goes back to this notion that your thoughts are ultimately a choice. Like, you get to decide what you think about. And when you understand that you're living in this VR environment and that there are things like simply moving forward is going to make you feel entirely different, that you're being essentially manipulated by evolution, by nature, or however you want to think about it, to get you agitated enough to go out and do the things you need to do, but that it has this just feedback loop of how it makes you feel about yourself. That winning begets winning, losing begets losing, but it isn't like at some sort of grand, untangible level, but it's happening at the level of neurochemistry, that there are regions of the brain that are designed for this. So how can somebody begin to turn things around in their life? Because I know one thing that people really struggle with is they have this negative voice in their head that's just playing this loop. And so even if they understand the mechanisms, some part of them is going to discount it, right? Because it's like, well, you're just trying to say that because you think you can manipulate neurochemistry, but you're a loser. Like, you just fall in that. And that's what's playing in their head. How do people go in and really take the reins of that process so that they can start winning?
Yeah, great question. So, I'm never going to argue that we can subjectively control all of our experience, because there's some things that just genuinely suck, right? And it's important to register those not so great events or terrible events, because they can drive us also. We can be driven from a place of anger, frustration, and revenge, or we can be driven from a place of love, gratitude, and etc. I'm not here to judge which one is better or worse, but the nervous system doesn't distinguish between them. So if you're the kind of person that needs to, kind of budge yourself into something, great. If you're the kind of person that wants to do things from more of a warm, fuzzy feeling, that's fine too. What I will say is this: the ability to tap into this dopamine reward system, which is activated anytime you're in pursuit of something that's outside the boundaries of your skin and literally the boundaries of your body, as well as the reward system, the serotonin oxytocin system, which is really about the things that are contained within your own body and immediate experience, things like gratitude and touch and comfort and things like that with loved ones. The ability to tap into both is crucial. Now, you said something really important, which was, negative thoughts. What to do? I don't believe that it's very easy to suppress negative thoughts. However, when you realize that thoughts can be deliberately introduced, you can start replacing negative thoughts with new types of thoughts. So you can always add something. But when people start to realize that thoughts are very much like physical actions of reaching and picking up a glass of water, or taking a jog around the block, or typing an email perfectly. This is something I sometimes do because I struggle to do a perfect email. Not all my emails are perfect, but when I do one, I make sure that I complete it and I think, okay, it's possible. It's not because the email being perfect is so important. It's because I want to remind myself that my thoughts and my actions are essentially the same. The nervous system can organize thoughts. So for somebody that's struggling, we have these examples like, they were really back on their heels, or they were so depleted, no money, and all this stuff. What are they going to... We have so many examples like that, but in trying to make it actionable, it's really about saying, yep, that's all true, but I'm going to introduce a thought, which is, I made it through today. I made it through today, and that's actually worth celebrating at a micro level. So if you can give yourself dopamine rewards in small increments, right? You're not trying to celebrate that you made it through one day. Sometimes that's a huge feat, but most of the time, you just want to dose yourself with a little bit of that internal release of dopamine. You start rewarding incremental steps. And if there's anything that your listeners could take away from this whole thing about dopamine and reward schedules and being in movement, it's reward incremental steps, in particular, incremental steps that are about forward action. So maybe that's writing an email. Maybe that's that run around the block. Maybe that's something much grander for you. As you get better at things, right, the stairs get further and further away from one another because you achieve more success. And so they tend to be, you have to take the rungs on the ladder further apart, so to speak. That's a time when you really need to implement not only the dopamine rewards, but also those serotonin and oxytocin rewards, etc. So to make it actionable, I would say, remember, don't spend so much time trying to suppress negative thoughts. If you need trauma therapy, pursue that with a professional. But if you have negative thoughts, just remember, I can also introduce positive thoughts. The same way I can control running around the block. Positive thoughts are the equivalent of forward physical action. And if you reward them internally, you buffer yourself against the quitting circuit, this norepinephrine circuit we were talking about before, you are building a stronger version of yourself completely between your own ears. And some people say, well, that's silly. Like, you're saying, oh, I'm going to jump up and down and reward myself for doing nothing. No, you're building the neural circuits that you can control self-reward. And in doing that, you can push through days and weeks of effort consistently. I don't mean necessarily all-nighters, but you can push and push and push. You know, my career is one that was made over 2 decades. It wasn't, we had our big, peaks, and we had a lot of valleys, but learning to control these rewards is absolutely key. And I know you've done this too, Tom. It's like, the huge wins are great, but it's really about rewarding these increments so you can keep going another 30, another 40 years, 50 years, 100 years, if that's how long, if David Sinclair has his way, we'll live 100 more years, all of us. So
yeah, people learn to tie things to the process, then they've got a real shot. The success is not guaranteed, but the struggle is, right? So if you are able to get to the point where you get excited about the learning process, you get excited about trying something even if you fail, that if you can associate in your own mind that I feel better about who I am because I tried this thing, then it begins to stack, because even the failures become something that you learn, and so you actually have made some progress because you took action, because you tried something, and now understanding some of the brain mechanisms around it, it really gets super powerful. Now, for people to make use of every tool that they have at their disposal, something that you've talked about that I've always been really interested in at the periphery but never have dove into it enough is hypnosis. Mm-hmm. When people think of hypnosis, I think they think of stage hypnosis. What's the real deal? Why is it useful? And how do people actually use it?
The truth is, hitting your career goals is not easy. You have to be willing to go the extra mile to stand out and do hard things better than anybody else. But there are 10 steps I want to take you through that will 100x your efficiency so you can crush your goals and
You're not the person who wants to wake up anymore. It's the same brain that set the alarm at 10 p.m. but now
relax.
I'm not trying to brain. So I would say what we do with a lot of people who are kind of in senior positions in companies that want to actually make decisions better, we have a protocol that's a little bit tedious, so it's not easy to do it, but I'll tell you what it is, and then you can think of ways to maybe try it yourself. So we have them basically walk for a week with a diary and make choices and just write them down. So tell us, like, I had this fish or the steak for lunch, and I chose this, and this is how I chose, and they also write whether they were happy or not with the choice. Now, this is done the way they would do it normally, but we also add one more thing. We put an EEG cap on their head all day for more than 24 hours. So they walk with something that measures their brain activity. And there's moments where we have to replace the batteries, there's a lot of gaps there, but altogether we have them walk through life with both living life the way they do and reflect on the choices, but also have us look at their brain. What we do at the end of the 3 days, 1 week, as long as they would do that, it's kind of uncomfortable, embarrassing sometimes. We ask them to kind of look at all the choices and tell us which ones were good and which ones were bad, and then look at their brains, and we see what was their brain looking like, what did it look like when they made choices that they were happy with. And we sometimes see that there are things in their brain that are kind of repeated. So maybe they make choices more using this part of the brain. I'm not trying to simplify it, but looking at parts of the brain that are more emotional rather than rational. We see that they activate more parts of the brain that are very deep inside that has to do with reflection rather than thinking. So we tell them, here's what we learned about you. You are better in this and that state. So that's one thing. So it's kind of not easy to apply because you still have to have this thing on your head.
Right.
So not everyone can do that, but at least people in senior positions who feel that their choices are critical come to us and they say, okay, help me. I want to know who I am better.
Now, what about the study you did where you've got the cyclist on the bike, they're going hard, and you watch for certain brain states where okay, they're going to quit, and then you use that information over time to get them to delay quitting farther and farther.
So behind
that lies the idea that the brain is kind of like a muscle. And specifically, there's a part of the brain that we really care about. It's the part that's doing self-control. So if you think about it in simple way to look at it, is that you start running, you go running. The first mile, your legs say, let's run. The brain controls them, says, let's run. And another part of the brain says, no problem at all. After 1 mile, your legs say, it's a little bit painful, but the other brain that controls them say, keep going. After 10 miles, the legs say, I want to quit. And the other part say, no, keep going. And there's like a battle there, and at some point you're going to break. Now, when you're going to break depends on a lot of things. Your muscles, but it also depends on this kind of control coming from the front of your brain that overrides your experience, your pain. And if we can see this moment where you break, the moment where you stop, despite the fact that you can do a little more, we can come back to you tomorrow and say, let's do the same thing you did yesterday. Have you run? Only this time when you get to the moment when we see that you're about to break, we're going to play a sound. We're going to tell you that we can see that you're about to break. And we ask you to just continue for one more minute at this moment that is beyond what you did yesterday.
What, in that moment, how do you appeal to them? Is it like, come on, motherfucker, like you got this? Or
It's basically, it's like this, there's a question in sports for a while. Why is it that people do better when they play home game versus outside game? Like, what is it about your mom being in the audience that makes you win the game? Like, in theory, it shouldn't matter. Like, throwing the basketball should be the same. But somehow we know that if your friends out there, if you're feeling better, we know that people do better when they're already kind of winning. There's a lot of things that affect our brain. And what we try to understand right now is, where is it in the brain? What is this part of the brain that gets better when your emotions are more heightened? And now we're seeing it.
That is so, this is life. Like what you're talking about right now, boys and girls at home, I'm telling you, there's a banality to being an entrepreneur. There is a willingness to suffer to being an entrepreneur. To being a great mom, like whatever it is you're trying to do, suffering is involved. And it literally, like being able to extend your break point is what it's about. And when I read,
what I'm going to say is that we all face those moments. When the alarm buzzes at 6 a.m., we set the alarm at 10 p.m., and suddenly in the morning we're different people. Like, we're not the person who wants to wake up anymore. It's the same brain that set the alarm at 10 p.m., but now suddenly at 6 a.m., we're not the same guy. This is a moment like that. We have to make a choice. When we're going running, when we're about to eat a cake, there's like a tasty cake and we're on a diet. And we say, oh, I shouldn't eat the cake, but there's a conflict. And now is the moment where those two parts of the brain come to life. And the more you know about yourself, the more you're aware of those situations, the better you can do in controlling them. And the more you know about yourself, you can do better in all of those tasks. And that's kind of the ultimate thing. That's why we're here. We're giving you the knowledge, and once you know, it doesn't work anymore. Once you know that 699 is at 7, it's harder for it to work. So just knowing is enough for people to do better. To know that it's in your capacity to change. That's what we want.
like, how does somebody become more self-aware? How do they begin to identify those things that are particular to them so that they can extend their breaking point, or so that they can, you know, improve whatever?
So all we need to do is we need to communicate science in a tangible way so people would know all the options. I said there's 100,000 of options, but there are actually a couple of hundreds of biases that we humans have. I can give you examples in a second. Once you know them, they don't work anymore. So the job of scientists is to just translate the knowledge of the brain into words that can be then spoken to an audience who then lives by them. And that's it. So all we need to do is just do this. Speak to people and list the biases. Then it doesn't work anymore. Then at least when it happens, you become a little bit better in controlling that. That's all we need. It's pretty simple. Once you know, it doesn't work.
So how about, I mean, let's use an example from your life. So I love the story, by the way, of you're about to be published in Nature. It's your first big break in science, and this is really going to set up your career. And then someone wakes you up from a nap, and you basically say, yeah, recording dreams is possible. You can't take it back. You're like, wait, that's not quite what I meant. And it goes crazy. But the part that I love is Christopher Nolan calls you up and says, hey, I just did this movie, Inception. You're now the dream recording guy. I want you to come with me and do a worldwide tour, which would be a huge break for you, and just be, I'm sure, money and certainly notoriety. And you had to think about it. Even though you knew going means essentially reinforcing this opinion that I actually don't agree with, but turning it down means that I pass up that opportunity. What did you go through in the 24 hours before you gave the answer?
So to give you the full story, I'm finishing my PhD. I have to decide what I do next. Am I continuing in science? Do I go back to being a hacker? This is like a moment of fork in my life, and suddenly this comes this moment where the end of my 5-year PhD is getting a lot of attention, but all wrong. My career hinges on this thing. Then I have suddenly an option to actually own this thing and become this expert, even though it's based on a lie.
Right.
Positive.
So
this one?
I was fortunate enough to have enough checks and balances that I didn't really have to go far with that. So here's the interesting reflection that I have right now. So I knew it's impossible to look at people's dreams, and I did. I kind of set it in sleepy state and created this amazing
Oh yeah,
story.
remember
for
it was
people.
weird.
Scientists are now recording dreams, and
MCB.
the mistake was to leave this. To say, you know, it's not possible. I'm not going to own this thing, even though the
0.25.
world cares about it. So if anything can be learned from this thing, is that the world really wanted to have people record dreams. Because that's why it's such a big thing, because people cared about it. Dreams are interesting. And I went and I said it's impossible and I want to kill this story. This was a mistake. Interesting. 3 years later, I'm sitting at home, now 2013, and I got a call from BBC again. BBC were the first ones to kind of, let the story go away. And they call me again and they say, Professor Surf, we want you to comment on dream recording and the possibility of doing that. And I say, guys, are you kidding me? We've done it, this is not true. Like, let's not even begin going there. I said, no, we know that you cannot do that. But we want you to comment on the work of Professor Kamitani from Japan, who's doing it right now. So someone in Japan didn't know that it was impossible. He just didn't hear me going anywhere public and saying it's impossible, so he just did it. So 3 years after I said it was impossible, someone did it. And 2 years after that, I joined. So now, half the thing we do in my lab is actually looking at people's dreams. So the mistake I made wasn't to say that something is possible when it was not. It was to say that something was impossible before I knew it. Because I think that science is all about going to those dark places and trying to find what's impossible. My mistake was to say it was impossible before I was sure about that. So I should have said, we don't know yet, we didn't do it yet, but we should investigate. I was quick to say, I didn't do it, it's impossible. So I delayed things by 3 years. 5 years after, I'm doing it right now.
Dude, can I just shake your hand? I fucking love that so much. Like, that's... Like, most people
Me too,
cannot
me too,
look
I
at something like that and say, the mistake that I made was actually in the opposite direction, and I should have been bolder. I should have made a wiser proclamation. And then to actually join the team, that's so cool.
Dreams is something that I was told not to study. Now that's what I do in my lab every day. Now I'm never saying something is impossible before I'm certain that it's impossible.
Wow, I love that. I'd love it even more if you would go so far as to say nothing is truly impossible. Then you'd really have
So
me.
I'll go with that. So like you mentioned that I teach screenwriting and screenwriting and I work with TV. The reason I do that is because I feel that the best ideas for my research come from those hours with the kids who write plays, with the fellows at the American Institute who writes science fiction, from movies that inspired me, like The Matrix. You mentioned that, like, this has inspired us. We're kids of 1999. What happened then affected us. Star Trek affected my dad's generation. The best paper that I ever written has 1,000 of citation. The episode of Limitless that I worked on last week and came out has 5 million people watching it. And those are the kids who are gonna be me in 20 years. And if they think, oh, this is maybe possible, they're gonna do that. You ask me how to change behavior, this is how. To know what the possibilities are.
I love that so much. So here's the people watching this show, they know my story very, very well, and I'll run it into the ground because it's so important. I am not an example of what happens when innate talent meets hard work. I'm an example of what happens with a human being anytime hard work is applied. Because I didn't show early signs of promise. I got a 990 on my SATs. That was taking it twice. I don't qualify for MENS or anything like that. I have an average-ish IQ. I mean, it's like none of my sort of raw materials are very impressive. But I work hard, and I work hard over a very long period of time. And in doing so, I've completely transformed my life, and I've transformed my mind to the point where now people just assume I'm smart. The same people, right, that were looking at me 20 years ago did not assume I was smart, but they do now. The reason this conversation is so important to be having with a neuroscientist is it all comes down to me, to the narrative that you tell yourself. When I was undereducated and lost and bordering on depressed and all of that, it was because the narrative that I told myself was that I was a victim of something. Once I gave up the victim mentality and I realized I can do anything that I set my mind to, so now it's a spiritual question, right? Like, if you really believe you can do anything you set your mind to, then how you spend your time is a spiritual question. And once I said, okay, what I'm going to spend my time on is self-improvement. I'm going to see how much can I manipulate my own brain. So I began researching the brain to understand what's malleable, what's not, learning about myelin. If you don't even know what myelin is, to like think that you've already sort of maxed yourself out is fucking crazy. So researching the brain, finding out the anatomical mechanisms that are at play, and then coming to, okay, this comes down to self-narrative. If I'm telling myself dreams can't be recorded, then they really can't, because I will stop shy of that. And when you're talking about, you know, never saying something's impossible when you're not really sure, what I start thinking about is thinking big, like thinking really big, and watching The Matrix and saying, okay, either that level of VR is actually possible, or stopping bullets is actually possible, like, you know, whatever the thing is that you sort of take away from it. And time travel was one of the things on your list. And the promise I make to people watching this show is, from watching this show, you will accomplish more than you would have if you didn't watch the show. And one of the key reasons for that is you'll finally understand that if you fail to think big, that's on you. And the only reason you're not thinking big is because you're scared, because there's nothing in the machinations of the brain, there's nothing in what has come before you in science, nothing that would lead you to believe the thing you currently think is impossible actually is.
Let me say this in neuroscience words. I love it. So here's how I'm gonna say it. Your brain goes with you, and it carries all of the history in the form of memories. All you have from what happened before you is stored in the form of memories, and they're not accurate, and they're kind of compressed. So that's all you have about the past. You have no idea of the future, even though your brain tries to predict it all the time. This is what dreams are for, this is what decisions are for. You try to kind of simulate the future and make predictions. You don't know what's going on. All you have is this kind of sliver of reality, which is the present, which is all you have. And you control everything that happens there. The nice thing about the present is that actually it interacts with everything in your brain, and you can change things. What we learned in the last 5 years is that memories are different in how they work. And what, if I summarize it in one sentence, they change every time you use them. So if you have a memory stored here of what you had for lunch yesterday, and I ask you, what did you have for lunch? You basically open the memory right now and you tell me a story, but whatever happens right now goes into the story and you save it differently. If I ask you tomorrow what you had for lunch, you'll open the modified version. So every time I ask you the same question, you open a different version, which means you can actually change the past. You can actually change your experience of things. This is why therapy works. Like you go, your girlfriend breaks up with you go to the therapist, she asks you what happened, you tell the story, she intervenes, you save it differently. Yes, you a week after, what happened, you tell a different story, after 5 meetings you have a different version of the reality. And that is powerful, because it means that we control the narrative that we have. We don't really have to be kind of confined to the story that we experience. We can actually change it. This is what the brain is for, to simulate and change and adjust and synthesize better version of life. We can make ourselves happy, we can make bad things look better, we can control things, and it's all by virtue of just telling a story, looking at it differently, and saving it again. It's as simple as that. We have the ability to actually change the story all the time. So learning is one way to do that. Thinking and reflecting about ourselves is another way to do that. Having more experiences allows us to do that. We know all of this now. So suddenly there's kind of essence to the self-help book that we read when we were kids, and we know how to implement that. I become preacher, but
I love it. I love it. And I hope people are listening to your sermon, because this is that is the most important thing anybody struggling to have success should know, is the narrative that you tell yourself about yourself is the most important thing you have. And if you tell yourself a story of struggle, inadequacy, not being good enough, failure, like all of that, then that's going to reinforce, because that literally becomes your identity. And going back to what you're saying at the very beginning, you've got people and they're justifying why they made some choice, right? And when you said, do you want the fish or the steak? Dude, inside I was like, my narrative as a human being is I'm the guy who chooses the steak. Right? Like, so that wasn't even difficult. It would have been easier if you said steak or cake, because I was really the guy that chooses steak over cake. But it's like, that's pure narrative, right? That's what I want to tell myself. And so when the big breakthrough in my life, the big breakthrough on a map of my timeline, if you were going to put a demarcation point, it is the day I stopped thinking of myself as smart, because I wasn't, and I started thinking of myself as a learner. That changed everything. Because now the narrative that I was reinforcing, the memories I was pulling out, changing just a little bit and then putting back, all revolved around reimagining myself as somebody who learns faster than other people, is willing to learn, will put in the time and the effort to learn. And so it became this identity which was anti-fragile, right? Because now you could tell me that I was stupid, it didn't matter, it didn't hurt me, it just compelled me to learn more. And the reason I shook your hand earlier is I really am moved when you say, I was wrong about that, I should have done this. Like, anytime people can say that, can just own a mistake and see a better solution, that's somebody who's polishing a self-image in a way that's anti-fragile. That the more they look at that failure, the harder they go in a new and better direction. It's really incredible. All right, I want to ask you all the questions that I get asked to which I have no answer. And I'm hoping, because I get asked these questions a lot. All right, number one, how can I get more motivation? And it's the one thing, because I've never lacked motivation. I don't know how to help you.
Tough. So here's how I would think about that. So motivation is a word, right? It's a label we put sort of events in our brain. What you actually want is the outcome of that. You want to do things that when it's hard. So I think that there are a few kind of things that we know work. One is evidence of past successes. Typically, when I go back to your memories and I reframe them as successes, suddenly the current event that's the same is a success. So I think that one thing is like having success stories and identification stories. As in, you find there's a lot of people out there. There was a person that is like you, that had similar experience and chose the thing that you want to choose. Find this person or these people and it's going to rub into you. So I get asked by my students often, how do I become funnier? How do I become smarter? And like my one tip that I give them all the time is surround yourself by people that you want to be like. You want to be funny? Just sit next to comedians. Just go to the same room they are and just sit next to them. It's going to rub into you by osmosis, because it's the environment that is around us that really changes everything. And other people said it before, but I'll tell you the neuroscience behind that. We know now that brains interact with each other through language in a way that synchronizes the brains. So when I talk to you right now, if you're engaged with what I say, it means that if we scan our brain right now, our brains are going to look alike, more than yours and someone on the street that isn't here. So two people in the same room, as soon as they kind of interact, their brains literally start kind of, if you want, pulsing in the same way. Parts of the brain light up in the same way, parts shut down. So we actually are, this is how we affect each other. This is how communication made humans who they are. This is the one thing that makes us better than all the other animals, because we are able to communicate using language, affect each other's brain, and create narratives that don't exist together. We both believe in things that we've never seen before, like God, or ideas that's like democracy, or money. Like those things we invented, and we can communicate them and create this image in people's brains, and they all share this thing. So in the same way, if you surround yourself by people that you want to be like, you hear them communicate, they change your brain, and it's going to rub onto you. You will actually become funnier. If you sit and listen to funny people next to you, you actually become more motivated if you're next to people that are motivated. The next version of that, if you cannot find them, if you're sitting right now in a rural part of Alaska and you can't just find yourself in Los Angeles with the people you want to be with, is to actually just look at them on videos, on books. And that's the way our brain basically gets content and change. So changing brains happens many, many ways, but the easiest one everyone can try is to say what kind of world I want to be in and bring this world to you in the form of movies, stories, TV shows, or people. That's the way to kind of get things that you want next to you.
And do you think when you're doing that it's, you're getting into a repetitive brain firing pattern that ultimately wires?
You actually change your brain. So we didn't mention the science behind it much, like in terms of what we do, but we put electrodes into people's brains. And we look at their brains while things happen to them. And we actually see them happen in action. We see how the brain changes when people communicate. We see how the brain looks when you watch a movie. We see how your brain aligns with the movie, and when you tell someone else the story of the movie, their brain aligns with your brain, but aligns also with the brain of the director of the movie. Wow. So communication is this mechanism by which information flows between brains and changes the brains. And actually, if you want to take it one step above, this is also how we change ourselves, because we talk to ourselves all the time. You walk, you drive your car, or you walk to work, and you're just alone with yourself and you communicate. You also change your brain. You kind of solidify the things that you want to be more like, and you suppress the ones you don't want. So we always talk. And those voices, those are basically the other characters in our brain that talk to each other. you kind of choose which one to give more weight to. So this is how you become a better person you want to be. So we actually now play with things that change behavior during the night when you're sleeping in the following way.
Yes.
We
Talk
actually, this is another new thing from the last 10 years in neuroscience that was kind of finally discovered, which is you can learn, change, and transfer overnight. So if you look at the night, if you go to sleep and for 8 hours sleep, it's not really a uniform experience. Night is not really just you fall asleep and you spend 8 hours just in the same state. You actually have phases. We call them stages and cycles. And they have different things that happen in them. One of them is the stage where we're dreaming. That's when our brain basically simulates future options and shows us a movie of things that could happen and allow us to live through them, thinking their reality. It's the ultimate VR. We actually live life thinking that we're there, thinking how it would be to live with her in Alaska or to quit the job and move to Vancouver. Really have this experience, filter it through our emotions, and then wake up with the answer what to do. This is one stage, but there's another stage that's really interesting. Stage 3 and 4 of the sleep, we call it slow wave sleep. It's a stage of the night. Your brain essentially takes all the experiences from the day before and weights them and chooses which ones to keep, which ones to take out. So if you think about life, when you go through your day, there are many, many moments that you call the present. About every 1.5 seconds, you have a different present, and then it goes in the past. It becomes a memory. And you go to the next moment, and you live it, and then you store it in a memory. Then when you go to sleep, your brain looks at all those 50,000 moments that you had and says, okay, when I walked from home to the bank, I had 20 of those moments. They're not really important. I should compress them into one. Keep just one, remove the others. When I kissed her, it was a moment that I want to remember every fraction of. So I want to keep all of them individually as like one big stock of like experiences. Your brain does that during slow wave sleep, during this moment. It kind of chooses out of all of them and picks the ones that are important. What we learned in the last 5 years, 10 years, is that we can actually do things to you at this stage in sleeping that will make you change the pointer. We can choose for you to focus on the walk to the bank rather than the kiss. And in doing so, we're going to basically make you strengthen those memories at the expense of others. We do that by using smells or sounds that we play to your ears in the right moment. The smell of...
And you judge that right moment because you're actually watching like a readout.
Right. It has to be done. The important thing is that you can't do it at home. You can't just spray and smell all the time. You have to do it in the right moment because that if you just spray and smell in the room, it's going to wash out. You have to kind of target the brain in the right moment, but then the brain is going to say, I smell this thing. This means that I want to focus on this moment and strengthen that. And what the experiments that we're doing and others are doing right now show is that you can actually make a person learn things when they're sleeping. You can actually change their behavior. You can make them choose to focus on different behaviors that they want to change and wake up not doing this thing. You can actually do things. So the classical experiment that was really popular in the last 3 years, 2015, was people come to the lab and they're smokers and they want to quit. They go to sleep for 2 hours and the experimenters wait for the moment when their brain is in this state where it's kind of listening to the outside world and reassessing life. Then they spray the smell of nicotine into their nose, making their brain think, okay, out of all memories I have, let's focus on those that have to do with smoking. And then immediately after, they blast the brain with the smell of rotten eggs, which basically makes the brain rewire and take nicotine and wire it with like bad experiences. So you do that a few times when they're sleeping, they wake up, they have no idea what happened, but then suddenly they say, I don't really want to smoke anymore. For a few days, they actually change their behavior, they don't want to smoke, not knowing what happened. They just came, took a nap, wake up, they don't want to smoke. This is changing behavior, neuroscience. Wow. You find the moment, you hit the brain with it, you change the wiring, and the person wakes up.
Brainwash?
That is amazing. Do people freak out about that? Like good or bad?
The answer is they do, but they shouldn't. And I have an analogy that's gonna be the kind of way I look at it. Go back 406 years ago, 1610. Galileo Galilei points his telescope to the moons of Jupiter and he looks at their orbit and he expects it to go in one way, but it doesn't. It goes in a different way. And he kind of tries to understand what's going on there, and the only way to solve the equation is to realign the planets of our Milky Way galaxy and specifically the solar system by putting the sun in the center and put Earth as the number 3 planet in the system, which to him is the development of humankind. What does it mean that we're just one more planet out of many, we're not the center? It feels horrible to him. It changes everything, but the equations require that, so he does it. And in doing so, he basically allows us to now see the wide region of the universe. Suddenly we see that the universe is much bigger than we imagined, and we can explore it. And in the next 400 years, we we saw more of the universe and we learned a lot about what is out there. Now, in the same way, in the last 5 years, we're beginning to understand that in our own brain, there are many, many voices, and we're not the most important one, we're not even the center. We're just one more voice out of many in our head, and we're the one who think the most important, but actually the quiet ones that don't really talk to us are the center of our universe. Now, this to us again feels like a deep one of humankind. What does it mean that I'm at the center of our own universe? But the reality is that this will allow us to understand the most important and interesting thing in the universe, which is us. That's, I think, a profound understanding. Yes, it's scary that we're not responsible for choices, that they happen to us, that we're creating a narrative based on things that we're not really fully in control, but that's the beauty of us, because now we can actually explore more things in our brain and learn how things happen. Maybe we'll understand how to become better people.
I'm writing a book right now, and it's about how to
200,
basically how to take control of your mindset. But I believe that the process by which you do that is values, beliefs, identity. It's
Oh,
like
no wonder.
It's like this whole, and I often do when I'm talking to people about it. the
I
analogy
love
of
maths.
Your identity being like cancer, and that cancer's not like a little ball you can reach in and pluck out. It's got all these crazy
I
fucking
love maths so much.
because it's so intertwined with the healthy tissue that like getting it out is very, very difficult. And there's
Thanks.
so many things that are just intertwined. Like there's no way for me to tell you, oh, it's about values, oh, it's about identity, oh, it's about repetition or whatever. It's all of it fucking mashed together. But it all comes back to the brain is this malleable thing, and it can change both form and function. And agree. What are the things that make it change form and function? So while I have you as a captive person here to talk about the brain, what is that process? So like forming a new maybe habits not to think about it, but I think about part of your job. You want to change your I'll even go so far as to say your the affectations of your personality. So I think there are some parts of your distance.
Minus
But there are certain elements of your personality, what you desire, what you see, things like that are manipulatable. How do you go about moving some of that to the default network so that it's so ingrained in you, done so many times that it becomes second nature?
I love this question. It's the hardest question because I went all magical with the jellyfish brain thinking like, well, so how do we harness that?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's 3 pounds, and then you use 20% of that. That said, the way I think habits function, my idea, is that because it's such an energy hog, it wants to be efficient. So this whole method I really use 20% of your brain. No, we use 100% of your brain. Picture show that. But to get things done, you might only use 15. To get something complicated, you might only use 25. Otherwise, you wouldn't be an efficient animal or a human in the animal.
And maybe in between
Important, but not having it in fifth gear all the time is an evolutionary strategy, in my opinion. So I explain to my kids, okay, so then it falls into a rut. Efficiency is about rut, like dominoes falling in a certain path. And the best way I can explain it is, as you grow, the brain, the way the electricity flows, the way the connections are prioritized is a bit like steam down. It starts creating these electrical grooves of sort.
what roofs?
You see something, you see a cliff, and a fear, it goes down a certain path. And every time you do that, when you reinforce it, it actually becomes less expensive energy-wise to follow and fall into that habit. So these pathways, these habits in our mind, these rituals, these things that are good for us, we want to hold on to them, but a lot of them have become deeply
200
routes
times 213 times 10 of
filling those in,
6
bearing them, and finding healthy ones is going to be an energy
stored
sustaining function. Okay, the effort will be harder in the beginning, and then as you create a new route down the mountain, you can condition yourself to have a more favorable and constructive. That's the best way I can explain is why effort will lead to change, and your most effort will be spent at the beginning, and then you can change your emotional and cognitive response by conditioning yourself to find a different route.
What is that process at a cellular level what does that look like? What's happening? So here's how I've always thought of it. You don't actively undo a habit. You create a new habit, and the old habit atrophies, and now it's trying to basically remap this new pattern. But in remapping, you're sort of breaking that old, or not breaking it, but it's over time, it's just became atrophy, a better way to say it. Dendritic plasticity, neuronal plasticity at the cellular level is all about use it or lose it is a very old phrase that applies. If it's reaching out, looking for an electrical signal to come by and trigger it, after a while it's not A, it's only Y. With it, and more of it reach out to other people. That's the cellular basis of
Did I get this right?
electricity. That's the cellular basis for creating a new electrical groove down the line. And that, let me give you some examples. That sounds very off the wall. No, not at all.
No, I did. I didn't get it right.
As you did when you wanted to.
God.
And because we're losing them slowly over time. If you were equipped with a lot that we can't hold on to, you're going to reinforce the ones that you're using, and the ones you don't use, your brain will say, I don't need to hold on to it, just energy. But the plasticity is we start off with more brain cells than we hold on to, then we get smarter. That means we're and we get more coordinated. As we lose brain cells, that's the example that shows you that it's about the connection and reinforcing those patterns. I hope that empowers people to be like, wait a second, static things. And once I would exercise for my body, there are things maybe I should do for my brain, especially while the one goes from here. To set those into action and make them constructive habits. What do you want? I want to believe that was good. For the day I thought about it. It is for everybody, but not to the same degree. I will say that window is less than 40, less than 30. The most bang for your buck. But there's no doubt that the ability, this plasticity we're talking about, is highest in teen. That's actually when you get a lot of performance. The most dynamic shape shifting in adolescence. One of your identity is also a peak of mental health issues. You're sort of setting your population like a third step. And then 20s and 30s and 40s, it does slow down, but it doesn't really before. That's interesting. My thesis in life is that we're far more malleable than we think. The science that I've read takes it at about 50-50. So 50% genetics, it is what it is. We all have predilections for things that we're better at. Intelligence certainly has a genetic component and all of that. So let's say that's 50%. Just 50% is unmutable, can't fucking change it. It's like height. It is what it fucking is.
No.
50% of it, on the other hand, is
Chigal, mas chigal.
So it's going to be your response to the environment.
Negative 205. So
If
that's
you had a
minutes.
radical case and you
Clockwise.
had somebody come to you and they were, I don't want to get lost in the word depression. They're sort of depressive, they're lost in their life, they're 35, things haven't worked out the way that they want, they're a bit
Do I have to answer?
have hold of their environment. Like, how would you get them in line? Like, what are things that, like, I have a list of things I would tell them to do, but I would think they're suboptimal compared to somebody who's actually doing this. Yeah, that's a tough question.
Deflection of trust being more originated.
And in neurosurgery, sometimes
Free method, free moment equation, and moment of release work.
You could collectively break an obsessive compulsive disorder how which patients come in and they. So, okay, you talked about something I've never heard of before. You called it electrical plasticity. Is that what you're trying to disrupt here? That's fucking interesting. So wait a second. So if I'm disrupting the electrical, is resetting it, changing the oscillation. It's not on or off. What is that coming out of? Like, so in the heart, you can put a pacemaker and you get it to beat on a certain rhythm. What's driving that?
I don't
in the brain
understand.
that creates a certain electrical pattern. So you're basically
The
Ah.
electricity in the brain is shooting through hubs.
Is this
What?
all coming down to repetition?
Well, I think right now, repetition can ingrain a physical habit. But what we're talking about, just to go backwards on this, is if you look at a
Masalahku.
snake, and you've never seen it
Apa
before,
masalahku?
let's say it's a plastic.
Masalah sibuk.
First time you run into it. Second time, your instinct is tamped down by the chemicals. And those structures are our emotional instinctive responses. They should be malleable by our thought. The thought of these giant frontal lobes behind our forehead should say to us,
and then the degree.
Because you're afraid of public speaking doesn't mean after a while you have to be afraid of it. So that it's not conditioning, it's a thought that tamps down instincts you feel are destructive or not useful. So when I
Times
go
3
back to the
times 2
situation,
over 6.
when I grab a doorknob, I sometimes get that ball, but if I grab a doorknob and go wash my hands 80 times, the frontal lobe is having a hard time tamping down those emotional hubs. We could drill a hole and
Negative,
put a catheter
negative, positive.
in some cortical
Negative,
structures
negative,
that like
positive.
nodules within the web of
Negative.
neurons.
2 over 6.
And
2 over 3.
electrical tickling of that will snap the patient out of its obsessive compulsive disorder.
2
How
over
about
4.
last?
2, 4, 1.
Automatically brain stimulation. We love this topic, but depression, OCD, and obesity, right? It can all be modulated, and they're all housed in each other. That speaks to what they are. Is an imbalance of the emotional drive with the ability to
How much was it? Oh, for sure it's not 100. So it's 205.
Obsessive compulsion is a part of our brain. It's a natural
Because
part.
16.2.
It's okay to have those feelings. When you have too much, the imbalance isn't just like the chemical and emotional hubs. It's the frontal lobes not accessing
Oh, 2 kali.
their potential to tap down
Oops.
emotion.
Do you think that is, I want to talk garden variety here. I get it's always going to be outlier cases, but garden variety depression, let's start there. Or even the garden variety, like if you go to fear of the snake, public speaking, anxiety, will round it to. Is it me not using my prefrontal lobe to tamp it down, or is it that I either have a diminished prefrontal lobe from a physical, like there's a physical structural problem in my brain, or that the fear center, the amygdala, or whatever is not the anxiety is physically over robust, or is it just that if you have that, if you train them to use thought alone to get a hold of it?
It's a good question. I know where you're going with that because they empower people to think down their anxiety. There's no other way. I'm not popping out of a straight up answer on it. There's no other way to say it's all of the above. Some people actually have afferent, robust, lighting up of some of the structures, nuclear, but in these subcortical structures, some people actually correlate to light up more than they have greater addiction. So there's a structural element, there's a light
Times
element,
3.
and then there's also the frontal lobe element, and that thinking of creating new habits, creating new values, creating less triggers in their life. That's the
3 over
opportunity that
1,000.
we'll have. That's the part that you work with. Most stuff we can control without sacrificing myself, without control. Those things set the boundaries. But the frontal lobe regulation of how we feel is in your own command. And you've seen it in previous months. You've seen the mind-body connection in deep divers. There's actually some nerves that come down and down around the heart. They can think down there. Think down how fast their heart beats. This is not like balloon. You can put an ultrasound. You can look it up online. That shows that thinking can change thought, can change compression, heartbeat. Why wouldn't we believe that thought can change those subcortical structures about these are real. The examples around you. If your frontal lobe can only help you 5%,
Whoa.
all down.
Very different
It
one.
doesn't matter. That's your bet. And that's an avenue available to you. But it's not a simple one. It's not a quick fix. It's not going to be a bullet. It actually takes work. You mentioned repetition. It takes work. It takes effort. And there is no shortcut to it. But it's a glacial change that can happen over a few months or 2 years. And then once, as people go to the gym, it's not really gym anymore. And people will find rituals that
What?
feel better. They become addicted to that. And they're destructive and they're not because this is going to be there's some key pieces that I have that will play out, and those will certainly play out in my life. One of the things that is
187.50.
repetition. Like if you left me alone with somebody that had whatever bad habit, I would have them do good things. Whether it be thinking, increase on the low, trying to lower the heart rate, whether it's diaphragmatic breathing, like whatever the case, whatever physiological hook that I'm trying to tap into, which is another part of the thesis. So there are physiological hooks that be changing the brain states. And so I would have people, whether it's calming yourself down, thinking about it, sympathetic nervous system, just from breathing from the diaphragm to get into the parasympathetic nervous system. And I would have them do that over and over and over and over until that is so that using your double diamond skiing analogy, there's a new slope. They've got the groove, the rut, which I think you called it. They've got that fucking rut, and it's positive. And my understanding,
A rut that they want to fall into.
exactly. And my understanding of what's happening is what I would be helping them do is create the pathway that requires the least amount of energy because the brain is hardwiring it. It's wrapping it in the myelin sheath so that the electrical signals are they're going more efficiently. And so the brain, from a caloric usage standpoint, is trying to do whatever is most efficient. And so
Okay, I'm taking a break. On to the next question. God damn.
They're becoming more calm. Their default reaction is the de-excitation of the nervous system.
Yeah.
Which one is
what I'm
this?
hearing. So the question is repetition. And I agree, it's not thinking about the non-stop. By the way you breathe, you change the electricity in the mind. We've seen that with people who put active measurement. But that's what's the structure where you get the most
Oh
out
my
of
gosh,
repetition?
paling gumating.
What is the perfect spot where meditative movement is the best sweet spot? But the food, the breathing, this is a hard one. But to me, food, what we eat, and meditative breathing, I think are the most graspable and measurable. The creativity stuff, the food stuff, the exercise stuff is harder for people. But the exercise stuff is to it home with most people. Keeps your brain arteries open, releases all these neurotropic factors inside your brain. Not just the plumbing that irrigates the flesh of the brain, but actually, they're neurotropic factors. They're all neurotropic factors. Whatever in this case, radiation, GDNF, NGF, it doesn't matter. The end of GF and growth factors. So it really is. I've heard your word miracle growth. I think that's a part analogy to keep the flesh. You're gonna get electricity one thing. To keep the flesh healthy, you have to irrigate it, and that has to do with the brain artery. And since we already said it's not a ball, it's these these jellyfish and they're moving and they're throbbing and they're pulsating and their tentacles are reaching out. There's a lot of space in between. And that extracellular space outside of the actual cell, outside of the jellyfish, it's not just water. There's chemicals floating. Now, dopamine might be just from chemicals. Serotonin might be as well. What's all the stuff around all those billions and billions of neurons? They're growth factors and minerals and chemicals that the brain actually has. There's also soup that these billions and billions of neurons are floating in. BDNF is a key component of that soup that helps regulate the health of each of those jellyfish or neurons. We can trigger more of that there.
it releases it up, it showers itself. It's not like the thigh muscle sends it up to the brain. The brain says, hey, I'm feeling good, this is good, I like this. I'm gonna create a new rut. I'm gonna remind you to feel good. The brain will shower itself with growth. They are growth. The brain says, hey, the electrochemical balance is better. That's where you get the runner's high. Just dopamine that happens jacked up on my ground. It's just such a complex. Rather than feeling intimidated by it. I'm super stoked to have you back on. Anytime that I get to research you with like a specific person, I'm very happy. The book, Livewire, it's really extraordinary. So I'm haunted by a quote, and that quote is genius is a young man's game. You never use that quote in the book, but you touch on the subject in terms of how much ability we have to change and I want to pinpoint, just like, I really want to feel
I don't want to do it. No, I have to do it. I have to do it. Come on, you can do it.
Sort of crystallizing into dogma or not being able to push myself.
Come on, it's
How
okay.
changeable is the brain?
So the good news is the brain remains flexible all through
I
adulthood.
guess I want to do my
Names
stuff
people need
today.
to act on. So it's not that plasticity shuts down, but it does diminish. But I just want to address this for a second because this is a really important area. Which is that as all of us get older, we sort of lament this. We would love to have the flexibility of a young brain, but in fact, I think you would not. And here's why. Although you'd be able to learn Chinese, in a few weeks instead of a year or whatever, it's the hard thing of your brain actually represents that you're doing something right. Your brain's job is to make an internal model of the external world. And it's trying to figure out, okay, what is my language? What's my culture? What's the beliefs of my society? How do I interact with people such that they respond to me in the right way? What is my internal model of my spouse's behavior? All these kinds of things. And if you somehow could take a magic pill that returned you to the flexibility of an infant's brain, you would forget all of that. You wouldn't be you. You wouldn't be Tom anymore. You'd be an infant again. You'd have to relearn life again.
So let me push on that. If I could get the flexibility, but not wipe the slate clean, would there be advantages to that? Or this Cold War for resources that the brain is sort of engaged in, does that become so problematic that it becomes hard to solidify itself?
Yeah. So let me just jump to the first thing. I think there's not a way of doing the flexibility without losing yourself.
Who doesn't love a good
Why is
symmetry?
that? Is there
What?
a physiological, like the brain structure becomes just too squishy? Like
It's
what's
not that.
happening?
It's that who you are is the sum total of all of the experiences you've ever had. You know, even at the end of the book, I sort of suggest that you are a vessel. Each of us is a vessel of space and time. Where you were born in a particular town at a particular year. You go around, you vacuum up your experiences. I was born in a different town in a different year. I go around and vacuum up my little experiences, and that's what makes us us. And if you got rid of that and said, you know, I want to forget all that and start over, there wouldn't be anything about you anymore. I mean, maybe you would learn Chinese.
Was a god to a
different
non-believer.
person, whatever. You have to learn
Yes.
everything over again.
What is up, my friend? Tom Billion here, and I have a big question to ask you. How would you rate your level of personal discipline on a scale of 1 to 10? Your answer,
5.
anything less than a 10, I've got something cool for you. Let me tell you right now, discipline, by its very nature, means compelling yourself to do difficult things that are stressful, boring, which is what kills most people, or possibly scary or even painful. Now, here is the thing. Achieving huge goals and stretching to reach your potential requires you to do those challenging, stressful things and to stick with them.
Yes,
even
yes.
when it gets boring, and it
Stress
will get
is the
boring.
master
Building
puppet.
levels of personal discipline is not easy, but let me tell you, it pays off. In fact, I will tell you, you're never going to achieve anything meaningful unless you develop discipline. Right, I've just released a class from Impact Theory University called How to Build Ironclad Discipline. It teaches you the process of building yourself up in this area so you can push yourself to do the hard things that greatness is going to require of you. Right, click the link on the screen, register for this class right now, and let's get to work. I will see you inside this workshop from Impact Theory
I really
University.
don't want to
Tell
do
them, my
this.
friend, be legendary.
It's interesting. So one of the things that, so I think a lot about that. You covered this in the interview that I was listening to. The
We can do this. First, the easy question. Then second,
I don't know if it's just
the second question.
so anybody that's been watching me for a while will see
Ah.
that it's really hard to remember this forever.
17.3.
And I stopped to ask what the evolution is.
Section 16.3.
And it is sort of what you're talking about now, where the jellyfish sort of re-enters. It's not a pupa stage, but it's something like that, where it sort of like blobs back out and sort of rebuilds itself. And renewal was the answer that I came up with in terms of why we don't remember. Because the old adage of science
17.3.
because you need that sense of unity for a society to work. So
2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 3, 50.
Is that part of when you think about neuroplasticity? Like every time I hear you say you don't want to get to that level of flexibility, you sound crazy. And I keep thinking it's because you understand something about the way neuroplasticity works that I don't. So walk us through like the fundamental reality of what neuroplasticity is. And I think one thing that is interesting is that notion that the regions of the brain are actually competing with each other, which I had never heard until reading the Bible.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things I'm trying to do in LiveWire is propose completely new frameworks about how to think about it. So, I mean, you wouldn't have heard this before LiveWire, but I feel like at least my hope with this is it's a completely new way of looking at the brain. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack in your question. I'll say a few things. Actually, let me just start with the quotation, just in case anyone wants it, it's from Confucius. He said, yeah, man lives 2 lives. The second one begins when he realizes he has just one.
What is this? What are you talking about?
A evolutionary basis.
17.1.
Mother Nature does a lot of work to figure out, okay, what do I need to do to make a species successful? And it may be that part of that is figuring out, okay, how long do I make them live in order for the species to be really successful? Obviously, it's not cast that way from Mother Nature point of view, it's just an evolutionary issue, but
Not the same.
do better than others if they have the right turnover rate in terms of
Not
death.
even
Okay,
close.
so you asked what, can I just go back and say what?
So is this 17.7?
Your whole life, your brain is changing. You've got, most of your listeners probably noticed, but you've got 86 billion neurons. You've got 0.2 quadrillion connections between these neurons, and your whole life, every moment, is changing their strength. They're unplugging, they're replugging their speeds. The neurons, the cells in the brain are seeking. They're actually moving around and trying different things out. Each one has about 10,000 connections with its neighbors. The interesting part is your whole life, this is what's happening, which means you are a slightly different person than who you were when you started this podcast 5 minutes ago, and I am too. And so this is what I mean when I'm talking about the flexibility of the brain. Now, the argot of the field, we call this brain plasticity, but the fact is, I think we need a new term because the reason I got that name centuries ago is because plastic molds its shape and holds that shape. Like what the brain's doing is so much more than simply holding on to shape. It's constantly reconfiguring itself. And so that's why I use the term live wire, which I do to distinguish how we think about everything in Silicon Valley, which is hardware and software, where you make these trim and efficient 2 layers and they interact with each other. Liveware is constantly actually, it's like a living electric fabric. It's plugging and replugging, changing itself and getting things down into the system. Now, back to your question about, as you get older, the thing is, you've been plugging things down into the system your whole life, and the longer it goes, the
existing in these different layers in the brain, and that we're essentially synthesizing machines, which I've always said to myself in a derogatory way, because I look at somebody like Elon Musk, and he seems to be truly thinking sort of in a unique way. Whereas I've always felt like I have to take in all this data and then it bounces around in my mind in a unique way, but it isn't sort of truly from the ground up a unique insight. And that may just be me looking at correctly and everybody is a synthesizing machine, but that reality of the way that we take in data, and then I've always thought of it sort of as a football machine where it comes in, hits something else, which then bumps into something else, and then it recongeals into this sort of new and unique idea.
Okay, what's wrong with this hand?
It becomes
It's cramping, man. It's cramping.
Basically, everyone is born as many men but die as one. And that notion you have all this possibility. You could have been born anywhere at any time, encounter anything, but ultimately,
Maya, muscle. Methyl. Expired though. Never mind.
So I acknowledge how important it is, but how much can we begin to push beyond that? Like, if we're at, a 10 in terms of malleability when we're young, are we at like a 0.5 when we're 70, or like where are we at?
Well, I'll tell you something. In this context, this is something I've been thinking about a ton, which is, okay, thinking why we don't change much as we grow older. It's because you are getting a good model of the world with which you're successful. So there's no particular motivation to change right now. I happen to know that you and I both love the idea of continuing to change, trying as hard as we can to do that all the time. But it's not the general sort of people find, let's say, a career, and they figure out how to do it, and they learn all the vocabulary of their career, and they figure out, great, this is what I'm doing. And unfortunately, a lot of people, when they retire, their lives really shrink, and then they are not challenging their brain anymore. Here's why that matters, is because when you challenge your brain, you're building new bridges and roadways all the time. And as people get older, of course, their brain tissue actually starts to degenerate, so you need to build those new bridges to cover broken roadways, or else you're really in trouble. And you may have heard the story about these nuns who, when they died, they gave their brain an autopsy for analysis, and it turned out that some fraction of these nuns who lived in the convents till the day they died, they had Alzheimer's disease, but nobody knew it when they were alive because they didn't have the cognitive deficits. And so it turns out it's because living in a convent, you've got other people to deal with, and chores, responsibilities, and other things, and so they were able to build new bridges all the time. So anyway, this is one of the most important things that we can do with our brains. Now, I don't remember what was the connection to the thing we said before.
This is about how far you can push yourself. So I'm gonna go now into a direction that means a lot to me. So when you think about your kids, so I know you have kids, are you like, fuck, I'm gonna introduce them to everything that might be meaningful. I'm gonna have them playing piano because the way that the brain will drink in music and reorganize itself is gonna matter. I'm gonna have them in sports because obviously that's gonna lay certain foundations that they won't be able to lay later. Like, how critical is that developmental period? Like, if I'm gonna be a good steward, I don't have kids, you don't have to worry about me, I'm not gonna fuck anybody up, but like, how I would really sweat that. Like, I would really worry that I either haven't done enough to sort of lay important foundations, or I've done too much. Like, how do you think about making the most of that classical period?
Yeah, I'll tell you. So my father was a psychiatrist, and he had actually cut me for this a little while ago. He said, look, the view of modern psychiatry is that the most important thing a parent can do is open doors for their children. That's it. Meaning, you give the kid piano lessons and soccer lessons and this and that, and chess and blah blah. But you can't kids already start having personalities very young, and they love this, but they hate that, and so on. The best thing to do is give the kids the opportunity. And the other thing that's so important is just teaching kids creativity. And by that, I simply mean teaching them how to consume lots of data and then remix it, do their own versions of it. Because the way that schools often
walked away thinking this way. All of us are going to make, when we're young, accidentally or on purpose, we're going to make decisions about what infrastructure we build that's robust. And thinking of a musician is probably the easiest way to explain it. So, if I understand it right, a kid that starts practicing music when they're really young, the density of the brain regions that deal with either how their fingers move or reading sheet music or even whatever the different elements are, they are physically more robust than they will not be with the same amount of hours you pick it up at age 4. And so there becomes like this really critical, because I don't know if you've read the book Nudge, but it talks about how little pushes in any direction can have huge impact on somebody's life. So my dad one time made an offhanded comment that, hey, because we had a camcorder and I used to play with it, which now kids think, yeah, everybody has a camcorder. This was really fucking rare back then. So the fact that my dad brought the camera home already begins nudging me in a direction. Then my dad makes a comment that he thinks that I'm good with the camera. That pushes me even harder in that direction. And it's going film school, all this, like, and so it becomes a question of my dad was really distant, so to get his attention was I didn't have that sense that I was doing it for that reason. But with those like little nudges that push me to build all this infrastructure now, visual storytelling, my whole life revolves around this shit. So like knowing how nudges can have this big impact, like for the parents out there listening, is there certain types of infrastructure? Problem solving is what I heard you just saying now, or I don't know what words you use to describe what you're talking about now.
Actually, there's so many points that I want to make. I think we've said already. And actually, if you don't mind, just before I forget two of the things, let me go back to a few steps here. Let's tie it all together. One is about Elon Musk versus you. Everybody's brain is running the same software. You absorb the world and you generate remixes of it. And his brain is no different. And when you look at quotations from or concepts and whatever, they're all saying the same thing, which is, Henry Ford says, I invented nothing new. I merely took the advances of all the people before me and I just assembled them into a new package. And that's, of course, what Musk will do. Because they're actually, weirdly, there is no such thing as a thought out of the blue. Everything's built on what you have been exposed to. The second thing is, the quotation you mentioned was Martin Heidegger. Every man is born as many men as eyes is one. The reason where this all comes together for parents, why it's important, is because the number of things that influence a child, whether you bring home a camera or whatever the thing is, it's so infinitely manifold that as a parent, you actually, in the end, can't control it. There's just too much stuff. So the best a parent can do, and what parents should do, is just try to bring home all that stuff, bring your children, encourage your children to do this, so things you can't possibly steer things in a meaningful way. When you brought home the camera, that was a meaningful, important moment, but he might have brought home 4 other things that you have forgotten since, because it just didn't resonate with who you were as a person. So the weird part is, we are this weird combination of nature and nurture, which is to say you dropped in the world with a particular set of genetics that give you particular predisposition. For some reason, you're a real visual guy, you like doing that, so the camera resonated with you, but the other things your dad brought home, you don't remember. So, this is the weird thing about who we become is this mixture of nature and nurture.
If you had to give a split, what would you say? What I've seen sort of 50-50, do you think that's accurate?
It's a dead question in biology now, it is, because you can't say, which is because of the way they intertwine. What I mean by that is, there's this moment where you drop in the world, you've got a certain set of genes. But from there's feedback on your genetic expression from your experiences. And this is this new field of epigenetics, which is to say, depending on the experiences you have, that actually feeds back in your brain all the way down eventually to the level of the nucleus in the neurons, and you change the conformation of the DNA with certain proteins that fit on it and change you in such that some genes are getting expressed more, some genes are getting expressed less. So what this means is that the nurture actually affects the nature. And obviously the nature affects the nurture because let's say I like swimming, right? But I don't have the wings again as Michael Phelps, so I'm never going to be Michael Phelps to be able to do this. So these things, anyway, all feed back on each other. So that's why you there's distribution with whatever you're measuring, and they tend to be not centered exactly the same place, and yet overlapping. That's why it's challenging ever to say, oh, well, that's male, that's female, so they're going to be because you're only talking, all you can measure on average.
They're going to be
So we're in this weird, funny position there where, one can try to ignore and say, well, I think it makes no difference that female is male, but it makes some difference on average, but maybe not.
17.3.
And as far as this thing, but what you just mentioned a moment ago is the thing I've been thinking about, all the where we are in 2020.
In moment distribution method, from
like
17.1
I
to
could find charity
17.23.
money to organizations that
17.1
deal with kids, babies, infants. That's where I put all my money on this bet, because just one example.
2, 3.
There's one charity that I donate to that deals with daycare centers, because poor neighborhoods where both parents have to work, maybe just a single
How
mom,
am I supposed to read this?
they need to put the kids in daycare, and most daycare centers in poor
Figure
neighborhoods
P
just all the kids get
17.1.
gathered around television and they watch television all day. Essentially, the whole goal is just to keep the kids alive in the day. It's not really actively teaching the children the way a good, really rich neighborhood daycare center.
Okay.
And this stuff matters so much because a young child's brain is so thirsty for all the information of the world. And so that's why this matters a lot. And because of this issue we're talking about, how brain flexibility diminishes time, it's just where I put my bets, my chips, is that sometimes what we have in poor neighborhoods, you have to make a bet on the upcoming generation. Say, I'm going to do everything I can to make this the next generation get off the starting blocks and equal points as the rich neighborhoods, so that the kids are not disadvantaged from day one.
Jeff is that I'm stalking, I'm waiting for the screen over. I'm trying to show so desperately. And he said something, and it's one of those, I don't know if I remember it accurately, and I can't really find it, but my memory of it is that he said, so he is really, really bright guy, grew up in Florida, ends up getting a full ride up Harvard, goes to Harvard, says I'm going to come back and change the education system, basically
How to read this answer
and
sheet?
goes, tries, realizes the education system is so problematic that we can't fix it from the inside, yes, fix it from the outside, starts looking at what the real communist, what the real socialist, realizes the big difference
Section
between kids who grow up
17.
sort of normal suburban life and kids who grow up in poverty is the number of words they hear by the time they're 5 and the ratio that's positive to negative. And the thought of being able to boil it down to something that simple, because again, going back to social infrastructure, they have their language infrastructure in their brain, and that has massive knock-on effects later in terms of their ability to communicate, their job, all this crazy shit. And so, like you, he's focused on kids. And what I think I remember him saying was, you have to give up on adults. And that may have just been the terror that has struck into my heart. But
Oh
my
my god,
memory
it's not even
of
same.
that statement, which obviously is all about brain plasticity, has been so influential in my life that this company, Impact Theory, started aimed at adults, and now about 5% of what we do is aimed at 20% of what we do is aimed at adults, 80% is aimed at kids. Because I'm like, if I actually want to have the kind of impact I want to have, I've got to hit them during that age of influence where their brain remains incredibly valuable. And so, man, that like, talk to me about what happened in this.
Okay,
There was
I
so
think
much
it's already
death
wrong,
and
but
war that basically
Yeah, that was actually in Romania.
But how?
That Ceausescu, there were tens of thousands of kids who'd been orphaned, their parents had been killed. So the Romanian sent these orphanages, stick orphanages, where there were too many kids and too few staff. And so the staff said, look, don't pick up the kid, don't talk to the kid, because the kid will get greedy and do that. So what they did was just ran their business, keeping kids alive, but not giving them what a child needs. And these kids grew up with massive cognitive deficits. This is one of nature's tragic natural experiments where you get to look trouble because if you don't do those inputs, then Frank will not come out optimally at all.
Talk to me about the inputs that will break you
Ah.
if you don't get.
Well, one of them is, actually that's an interesting question because we don't know how to phrase it. That's a general thing about love and language.
There you go.
Attention.
There you go.
Breaking though, because like if somebody's
job.
deaf, they can still develop and have normal relations.
They exactly right. They're speaking language. They have language. They have sign language that they're speaking with people. And so,
If they didn't have that, would they be developmentally retarded?
They. That's an interesting question. Like a good example. I don't know. I'll have to look at it. The reason is all of the examples of deafness I know hundreds of thousands of deaf people. They've all grown up in a society that's modern enough that from whatever the age of 6 months, a year, whatever, their parents said, wow, we need to get help here and learn sign language or go to a school or get a tutor who can teach you sign language. So I actually don't know if people who've grown up where they're completely ignored in that way and not getting any language. Of course, there's a certain language of people paying attention to you, touching you, and saying, would you like to know? Where even if you can't hear, you might still be getting a sense of languageness. But there are these natural experiments where a child is so abused, so neglected, that, let's say a person with a hearing child, doesn't get any language because the parent locks them in a room and just gives them none of the language or attention. And kids like that grow up with really horrid deficits. Like, they never learn language, they never learn the structure of language grammatically. And for example, I tell the story of one girl in the book was found at the age of 7, having been abused like this. And what happened after her parents were arrested and so on, all these psychologists came in, all these people who gave her lots of love and attention and tried to teach her, but she never could learn language. It was too late. That window had closed for her. She just never got the rules for her. So she said she can say no and stop it and one other thing, but she can't speak. There's nothing wrong with her genetically.
One of the most interesting studies I've ever come across, and I know we talked about this, is Harlow's monkeys. And how if you give the monkey the option between basically sort of affection, physical affection, comfort from just a perfect mother, and then a wire mother, but it actually has food, that it will go eat with the past and then run back and cuddle the perfect mother. It is so weird to me. Like when I hear people say, monkeys are just love, like it makes my skin crawl. But then when I think about what the fact that if you don't touch and love on a human, it actually dies, that is so weird. Do you have a sense of is that
scary
tied to
actually? It's not only weird, it's scary.
Think of the visual cortex, right? Visual cortex is expecting information, treating, explaining, redoing, which is fucking fascinating. Like, is there something where we have like a love center that, like, if it isn't getting that love, what the hell happens? I don't understand. How do you break fundamentally?
15,
Yeah.
6.
I would say it's this issue about, so we don't know, and happily the reason we don't know is because there's simply not enough examples. So Harlow's monkeys, they did this about 50 years ago, where he would do things like, give the monkey a choice. He also did these experiments where he would isolate a monkey and have the monkey raised in isolation in a one-way mirror that he could look through. But those kinds of experiments were shut down because he was doing it, let's say, for the right reasons, trying to understand depression and so on. But it was just decided that the outcomes were so awful that it was too cruel to do. And these terribly abused children are super rare, thankfully. So we don't really know. There's not a love center in the brain, but instead it's something about this issue of the brain
Good job,
in the world where as much as possible Mother Nature is put out on the world. Like, you need to get into this love and attention and touch. We understand a lot about the touch system. If you're not getting touched and stroked as a child, that affects the development of what's called sensory cortex, and then where your headphones. And again, it's this thing about
brain is
17.5.
real estate. You use this great example of a map. And if you look at a map as a kid, you used to see all the country lines. Like, that's how it is. Of course, it's a particular way. But as a historian, you know that back then it was put in any manner of configuration. The brain is the
There's
same
no
way. You have
supplement.
resources right at your fingertips. Walk us through that because to me, I want to push some more on this idea of how to break
So probably
as a human being.
17.4.
But I need to understand if it's tied to that sort of space or
For supplement.
Yeah, so the general framework I put forward is that it's actually a competitive system of it. Like, so you look at a picture in a neuroscience textbook and you say, look, here's the brain, visual parts, hearing, touch, and that's how it makes sense because we know, okay, that's the brain. But in fact, it's this fluid, dynamic system that's constantly changing. If you are born blind, this part is in your visual cortex, that gets taken over by hearing and touch. Even if you go blind later, that gets taken over. It's like that with everything. For people who are deaf, that doesn't remain their auditory cortex. There's no real estate that lies fallow in the brain ever. And so this is the remarkable thing about resource allocation. So the analogy I give in the book is like if you saw the Cuban Missile Crisis, you were an alien that flew in and saw the Cuban Missile Crisis, you'd say, no, the Americans, nobody's doing anything. I guess nothing's happening. But in fact, what you wouldn't realize is that all the missiles are aimed, everything is super tight, and the reason nothing is happening is because all the guns are pointed at each other. And that's what's going on in the brain. It has to be understood as a competitive system at many different levels of competition, from regions, all the way down to neurons, and even within neurons, synapses competing against one another, and so on. And so that's what allows things to change really rapidly.
And what is the dynamic by which they are either winning or losing? Is it I'm receiving input, so instead I keep going?
That's exactly it. I'm getting input, and so forgive me because you already read the book, but I give this analogy of colonization in early Americas. You had the French, the British, and the Spanish were all colonizing North America, and what I did is I just went back and I looked at it to see if I could correlate how people's territory changed given the number of ships they were sending over.
Makes two questions into one.
The French started sending fewer ships than the British, and so as they sent fewer and fewer ships, their territory shrunk. The French owned this huge territory all the way from Canada down to Louisiana, and as they sent less and less stuff, eventually they lost all their territory. Eventually they sold the whole Louisiana territory. So this is an analogy that I use to what's going on about how the brain remaps itself all the time. It depends on the number of ships coming over. So just as an example, if you're an amputee and you lose your arm, suddenly there's no more ships coming in from your hand to the brain, and so that territory gets taken over. So yes, it's about how much data is coming in, and by the way, how useful that data is. So if you look at a map of the body in the brain, you find that the areas that carry more sensitive information have bigger representations. So for example, in my somatosensory cortex, my fingertips have a big representation. They're sharing a lot of important information. In contrast, my thigh doesn't, has very little territory. So who cares about my thigh? In terms of the number of ships that it's sending into the brain.
So if they're locked in this battle for that, going back to the idea of if you're not touching an infant, loving an infant, stroking them, is it that regions that would otherwise go to that are being taken over by something, and that causes that sort of basically that there is, it's probably more distributed than this, but the idea being there is a distribution of items in your brain that their allocation is for social interaction. So that I get social cues in, and I sort of play with them as you talk about babbling. So I sort of babble, I give a response, and maybe I hit my parents. Kids do that all the fucking time. I grab your hair and you tell me no. Oh shit, okay, I get a bit of input there. I smack your face and you tell me not to do that. Whoa. And so I begin to realize, okay, cool, like there's this give and take relationship that I have with this person. It's not carte blanche, can't do whatever I want. And now I'm basically forming the literal centers of my brain as myself itself as a social creature, and when now we take that sort of feral child and put them now in a social context, they seem broken, but they might actually do just fine as a completely isolated creature.
That's right, although it would be hard to define what we mean by doing just fine as an isolated creature, but I totally agree with your point of view on this, which is, this is the part I talked about in the book about babbling. So we all know as children they babble, and the reason they're babbling is because they're saying something with their mouth, and they're hearing what comes out of their mouth, and they're comparing that to what's coming out of their mother's mouth, their father's mouth, and they're figuring out, as they get older, it's a different kind of babbling. In fact, it's like social babbling. They're like, what if I say F you to this point? Oh, whoa, that didn't work at all. And so, this is how you try things out in the world, and this is how our brains learn how to drive our bodies, by the way, is by motor babbling. Try things out. Oh, I turn the bike this way. Oops, that didn't work. And so on. So, yeah, I think that's exactly right. They're not getting the chance to do motor babbling. And one of the things about plasticity that really matters is that we have these windows.
What does
short
this
windows
mean?
before those doors close. Different areas of the brain have different windows to them, but yeah. So if you don't have a chance to try language, figure out what's going on, whatever, at some point it becomes too late.
duduk bawah.
Yeah, well, so language is one of them. Even subtle things like accents. I mean, I've always thought this is a cool, interesting thing that, I can tell usually when I'm talking to somebody if they were born in a foreign country when they moved to America. Because if you move here before the age of 13, you don't have any accent. But if you move here after the age of 13, you can gain a bit of an accent. And the later you move, the more of an accent you gain. So I compare in the book, Mila Kunis to Arnold Schwarzenegger, both of whom were born outside of the United States, didn't speak any English. Mila Kunis moved here when she was 6, so most people don't know that she was born in the Ukraine and learned English later. But Schwarzenegger moved here when he was 19, and he can't shake that accent. And it's because they both learned the structure of language and grammar and how to get what they want, but even more subtle things change differently, right? So this is all to say that actually a whole suite of doors that close for different aspects of
WL
time.
square.
Yeah, but people look at things like, right, learning language in general, skill at piano or violin. And I use the example of Vladimir Ashkenazi and Yitzhak Perlman as a great pianist and violinist and so on. I made the assertion in the book that they would never be able to be what they are if they picked up their instruments as a teenager. And I just saw that someone made a comment online where they said, "Oh, that's wrong. What a jerk!" Because people can pick up these instruments as teenagers and become just as good at them, but they can't. It's just not accurate. You cannot become Perlman or Ashkenazi unless you start really, really young, because you have to learn that stuff all the way down into the deep parts of the brain. And so let's maybe say that a different way and see if I'm right, is both that they need to work into a deeper part of the brain, and that the notion of the depth is real. But then the other side of this is not just the putting it deeper, it's that the very ability to put deeper is no longer. And that's sort of the fundamental thing that your book, I hate about the truth of your book, which is that there are these doors and they do close. So even if, like, let's say that Perlman were to play for 30 years, but he plays from the time that he's 2 till he's 30 years. Now I pick up the violin at 20 and I play until I'm 60 o'clock for 4 years, but because I'm sort of outside of that window, it doesn't matter. So even at that sort of deeper, it's not just hours, it's the time in which I'm talking. Exactly. So when you started, there's one other thing I point out in the book, which is it's about relevance also. So for Perlman, I don't know in childhood, but presumably he got proper social feedback. Wow, you're really good at that. Hey, this is something that you've got a special talent. That kind of stuff really matters to me, because if you had, let's say, picked it up at the age of 2, just like Yitzhak did, but for some reason you had mean parents who said, "Wow, Colin's really hurting my ears. I don't want you." Then you could have walked the same number of hours, but it wouldn't have the same influence. Why? Because you've got all these neurotransmitter systems that are involved in reward. And that, of course, includes social reward, what you're getting the right cocktail of neurotransmitters present for the plasticity to take place. So you actually need, I mean, let's say I said to you, hey Tom, I really want to teach you 7 important dates in Mongolian history. And I told you that, like, if you don't care about Mongolian history, it's just so hard for you to remember it, right? But if I tell you something that matters to you in your life, it's relevant, bang, you'll remember that, you'll have a, so it has to do with relevance to you. And part of it, I mean, this is an interesting, complicated area, but part of relevance to you has to do with also what you think you should get out of it. Like, if I didn't mix with that, you think, wow, that's like someone else's cocktail party that was really impressed by that fact, whatever. I mean, people are always trying to surprise and impress each other, and there's all kinds of interesting reasons why you might find something relevant, but that needs to be there for plasticity to take place.
Which is more powerful, positive or negative?
Interesting question. I don't know. I mean, both are used for so many things, and even when raising a child, you have to use both. It's an interesting question because people often ask this. Pose this thing like, yeah, I'm gonna raise my child. I'm pulling in a say sweet things for my child and never say no. But I don't really think that works. I don't think they do that. So the child slaps you in the face, and you say, "Great job slapping me." It's hard to get someone to.
You do a great job with slapping me.
Has anyone been studied on that? Like, because
Yeah,
I, for instance, I was a very cautious child. Like, I certainly had, I was diagnosed with hyperactivity disorder, maybe some ADHD thrown into the measure, but because I could sleep through the night, my mom refused to medicate me. I was glad for that. But my mom was also a hardcore mother. She could not play. And she was able to keep me in line. And there were many times where I really pushed the boundaries, man. And because my mom kept me in line, I think that's part of the reason I developed sadism. Like, there were just things she would put you in my house and you could not do, and there was work that was expected of you, and that was just that, and she wasn't going to back down. No matter how much I fought, pushed, she just wasn't going to break. And I'm curious if anybody's looked, because it just, like, for me, I said, look, if I had kids, 100%, I would not beat my children, but I'd give them spanking. That's what it is, because my mom did it, and it works so well for me. If they don't need it, I won't do it. But, and people freak out. So it's a good thing that I'm not having kids, so nobody has to worry about that. But, like, has anybody looked at that?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is one of those things. Everybody seems to have an opinion about that. It's very difficult to compare. If you take a child and raise them with a child spanking, it's really hard to do any kind of good
Is it negative?
There are probably 100 other differences in the family as well. So
Let
by
me
the way,
try. I don't want to do it though. Well, I gotta do it.
when a situation like
Berapa jam sih aku cakap I don't want to do it. Still I do it.
So we just never done it, and that's what I have to go along with that. But I will never know the answer of whether they would have been better off with a little bit of physical, hitting or not. Yeah, those are there's a whole class of questions that we can ask where there's no good way to study it. I mentioned this in the book, and I haven't heard anybody else say this, but I think it's really important. One of the questions that people ask is, what is the effect of children growing up on the internet? This is a question that always comes up to me when I get talking.
I want to go to the stadium.
And everybody, it's a very difficult question to answer. Why? Because there's no way to do a control group on that. You can't say, okay, I'm going to take these 18-year-olds who love fire, and I'm going to compare them to these other 18-year-olds who did not have the internet, because the only 18-year-olds who don't have the internet are either Amish kids or kids who are totally impoverished in rural China or the favelas of South America or whatever. But there are 100 other differences there, and you can't compare them to the previous generation because there are 100 other different
Negative?
psychologically to help them thrive, just
Positive.
when I think about what's the contribution I'm going to make to society, it's all about mindset and kids. And then also just as an adult, I think about how far can you take this? You know what I mean? Like every time I take to work, there is some like cocktail party, like this is just fun, fascinating, I want to tell people this at a party. But there's far more than that for me is I want to use it in my own life in a quote that I began with. I'm not kidding when I say I'm legitimately haunted by the notion that changes can be maintained. And the reason is I was a late bloomer. And so the idea that I know physicists talk about sort of 35, 36 is about the sort of last moment you can expect yourself to have any meaningful breakthrough. And I'm in my 40s, so that sucks.
You know, I actually want to address this issue about breaking through because I originally read the piece of it in the book and then I edited it out in the end, but I think this is actually really important. So, one of the models that let me back up for 1 second just to give the foundation. One of the models I propose is that the right way to think about the brain is in terms
You
of
safe
states,
are
right? By which I
amazing.
mean something can change
Ghost
really fast,
woman
and
fishing.
if those stay stable, then that changes later below them, which will
Alright,
conserve
not
and
bad.
change. And if that doing something later below that says, okay, I see that that's a really consistent message also. And so what happens is all the way down you get these deeper links. The name base layer I'm taking from something that thinker Stuart Grant proposed, who said that when you look at a city, you need to think in terms of base layer. So fashion changes rapidly, the infrastructure of the city, like where the buildings are, that changes more slowly. The businesses that are in the building, that changes more rapidly than the infrastructure. The governance of the city, that changes more slowly. All the way down to the nature, like where the river is in the city, that changes most slowly. And the way to understand the city is understand the interaction of all these different layers of speed. And so I thought that was such a great insight that I really wanted to look at the brain now.
Really?
It allowed me to put a lot of data together. Anyway, this is why, for example, there's this property in neurology that's very clear, which is that older memories are more stable than younger memories. And if you've seen people at the end of their lives, they often will have essentially receded back into their childhood. They forgot all the stuff from the last few years, last few decades. They remember everything about their childhood and their childhood language, and all this. And what happens a lot actually is that people revert to the language they spoke as a child, even if they've been speaking, let's say, English their whole adult life. So that's one of the big themes of the book about how plasticity actually works. But what interests me is this notion of breakthroughs. This is the part that I didn't put in the book, unfortunately, but this notion that sometimes, as in your 40s, you'll have a breakthrough where something you believed your whole life, something happens where you get to view on it and say, wait a minute, maybe this deep layer, this thing where I absolutely thought this was fundamentally how the world works, maybe that's not true. And all this other stuff falls apart in your internal model, and you're able to recast something. And have you ever seen the Landmark Forum? I know it very well. Okay, great. So anyway, they talk about breakthroughs. That's something that they try to get people to have, and it's a really stunning experience. Where, we've all had in our lives during breakthroughs. Let's say you thought somebody did something to you, said something, whatever, and then you find out years later that's not actually what happened, and there was a misinterpretation of it. This is the kind of thing that really is meaningful for changing our lives. And the reason I mention this is in the context of just saying in your 40s, can you still make? Happily, there are these deep things that happen where
Not them, not that.
Okay, so that's one thing, and the related issue that I want to say is this is what's happening to us now during COVID palooza. We are all knocked off of our hamster wheels. We are suddenly our internal models. Remember, I talked about how our whole lives we sort of make this model of exactly what's going on. All of a sudden, we're all kicked off this path of least resistance, and we're having to refigure out everything afresh. And there's a lot of stress, and depression, and anxiety. It's a terrible time for essentially everybody. But the one tiny silver lining that is worth emphasizing is that it forces our brains
So cute.
to rethink our models, everything about where you're going to get these supplies, where you're going to put in your fridge, where you get the toilet paper, all this stuff, to more creative things about, okay, well, geez, how do I thrive from here, given that my shop is closed or my employment has ended, or whatever. What do I do now? forcing a creativity, it's forcing the brain to rethink things in a way that is actually, despite all the lousy stuff, really good for the brain to build new bridges.
Memory and forgetting is something that is extraordinarily interesting. So my wife will often joke with me that she wishes that she has my memory because I'm ultra forgetful in terms of emotional amplitude. So if something like really upset me, I'll still forget about it a day later or a week later. So I don't have baggage from my past. I don't hold on to past traumas. But it actually really frustrates me because I also don't remember a lot of things that I want to remember.
Oh, that's
So I've always looked at it as a curse, and she's always, not always, but certainly as we got deeper into our marriage, she's really like, oh man, like how does that not wind you up? How are you not still pissed about that? And I'm like, that seems so weird to me. But I know that memories get basically tagged for either, hey, this is important, remember this, or this is irrelevant, forget it.
Right.
So how does that dynamic of like stress?
I find that super interesting only because I feel like with most people, when they have an emotionally charged event, it's kind of
stuck on my
seared into their memory in the
tutorial.
first place, and then the more times you retrieve it, the more and more you're kind of solidifying that memory in your brain. So usually people remember these kinds of poignant, emotionally charged memories for a long period of time. Whether they do so like perfectly accurately is another issue, but it's usually kind of the more trivial things that people don't remember. So I find that really interesting about you.
And what's your primary area of focus right now? That's a lot. Like, what's your?
Yeah. So I think I would say for like experimental neuroscience, neurobiology, I don't know, maybe like 80% of the work is done in mice. For a number of reasons, they're just like great model organisms.
That is like 15.
And they're genetically tractable, meaning you can actually breed them and look at certain genes and look at certain cell types and do kind of all the fancy stuff that we do nowadays in neuroscience. And the applicability to the human condition and brain is very, very high. So.
And the tests you're running now, are they around fear, or what are you working on right now that you're super excited about?
Yeah. So right now our lab is working on a few projects in the lab, and kind of most of them are circulating around this idea of social isolation and what happens to the brain and behavior when an animal is isolated for an extended period of time. And so we have a lot of kind of different projects looking at that. And so the most exciting one recently that's going on in my lab is one who's looking at the effects of isolation on mating behavior, which is kind of a little bit more, I would say, maybe more fringe in terms of interest to the general public. But I think it's super interesting because he's also able to record mouse song. So it turns out mice will sing as a form of courtship to kind of get the female, a male mouse will sing to kind of get the female interested in it. And so if the animals are isolated, it turns out that both the mating behavior is disruptive and also the song is disruptive. And so we're doing some pretty interesting experiments.
Are they singing when they're alone, like trying to attract, or when you put them back together?
Exactly. Male mouse will sing to a female mouse as it's trying to court her, and it's not anything that any of us could hear with our naked ear. We need very special kind of ultrasonic vocalization equipment to be able to hear this song and to also analyze these very complex bands of frequency and song bursts and things like that. People have been doing birds for years and years, and so now I'm starting to do it mice, and it's super interesting.
So is the song breaking down because they're essentially getting depressed? Is it because they're just out of practice?
So this
like,
one,
what's going on?
That's something we're working on. We have no idea why the song is being altered, though it does, I think, help to explain why they're not as successful in mating.
I was going to say, is it, I'm assuming, less attractive the women are less likely to respond to it?
Yeah, it's kind of like, if you're at a bar, we used to go to bars, and a guy's like, hey, you want to go on a date, versus like, hey, you want to go on a date? Who would you go out with? The one whose, frequency range is like really short and doesn't really have anything interesting going on, or the one that's able to kind of put some more spice in?
Number two.
Approach, so, yeah.
Now, it becomes really easy to understand why humans put so much energy into, or why isolation is so problematic, is a better way to say it, because we're such a social animal. Are mice highly social?
Yes, mice are very, very social. And we work on mating, but I also work on, this has kind of been more of a bigger area of my research,
positive.
isolation. So yeah, when ants,
But for this one, I need to use.
yeah, they're extremely violent, and actually it's like one of the best models for looking at violence, which is what I was originally interested in. So if you isolate almost any species you look at, if you isolate them, they will be more violent when you introduce them back with another member of their species.
That's weird. So what was it? What was the fascination around violence that led you to that? Just the thought of humans can be violent and you figure out why?
It was that, and it was kind of at the time where all these, school shootings and things were really kicking
0.015.
and
But
not just school shootings, but all kinds
FAB,
of kind of violent behavior. It was really not like, not
FBA,
looked at so much from a neurobiological perspective. So I was super interested.
it's the same.
Why,
The only difference is the UDL.
Right. Into the past of those kinds of people.
Okay, it's the same.
The
The only
shooters,
difference
they
is UDL.
history of mental health,
So,
or social isolation, or something like that. So.
Alright, well break it down for me in terms of the neuroscience. So what's going on at neurochemistry level or wiring level as you isolate, and obviously we're extrapolating from mice to humans, but as we're living through a period of such unimaginable isolation, like this seems like a pretty important question to get to the bottom of, because already we're seeing, pockets of violent outbursts.
Yeah.
And is this going to escalate would be a pretty reasonable question to ask. So what happens during isolation?
Yeah, well, I was going to say one thing to add is after isolation, animals are way more violent, but there's a host of other things that happen too. For instance, they're extremely persistent in their fear responses. So normally you might be afraid if you hear a car backfiring or the sound of a car honking, you might be afraid for a second. But if you've been isolated, that kind of persists beyond the kind of normal window for you to be afraid. So this enhanced fear persistence, this enhanced aggression,
and then we minus it.
Really interacting with other members of your species. So if you're kind of given access to another friend mouse or new mouse, you're not going to be able to spend that much time with it.
So 0.025,
interested in interacting with novel members of your species and kind of show more
but
hesitation
it's
there.
negative,
So
right?
there's just
Yeah,
some
it's
behavior.
negative.
That part I get why the novel person would become more worrisome. You're, going back to the mating thing, you're sort of out of practice, maybe you've lost your groove a bit.
Right.
But when I think about reintroducing somebody that you knew already, and you still don't go spend as much time with them, do you know, like, are we seeing just the receptors for oxytocin are disappearing off the cells? Like, why?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think there's some stuff that we know, and there's a lot that we don't know. One thing that we know for sure is that this one neuropeptide that I've worked on called tachykinin 2 is heavily upregulated across many regions of the brain following social.
So TAT2, give me some info. What is it?
It's kind of like a neuropeptide. So lots of people know about neuromodulators like dopamine or serotonin. These are all the ones that drugs for depression and anxiety disorders are all based on. But these are just kind of like a smaller, what you think of as a smaller class of those. So.
And is it like oxytocin feels fucking awesome? Some people refer to it as the bonding hormone.
Yeah.
Is it positive, negative?
That's a good question, but it's one of these smaller neuropeptide systems, so it doesn't have these kinds of you can't just kind of generalize and say if it does X, makes you happy, makes you sad. So its expression is way more restricted than some of these other ones. So the good news is if you find something that it does that's important or useful, that's great. And the other side of the good news is that you're not going to be doing something that kind of affects the whole brain if you want to target this system. So, some of the other systems, like for instance serotonin, there's some great benefits. Obviously, people are using antidepressants, developed decades ago, targeting serotonin reuptake. But the downside is you're targeting it all over the brain, and serotonin has sometimes opposite effects depending on where you look. So these neuropeptide systems are nice in the sense that you can kind of target smaller populations of neurons and a system in the brain that's way less kind of ubiquitous.
So did you say that TAT2 is increased or decreased in isolation?
So it's increased after isolation, and it's kind of.
And what do we think the point of that? What's it pointing at?
Yeah, that's a good point. So I think there's a few ways of looking at it. One is that it's kind of acting in this kind of coordinated manner, much like some blend of increased activity that allows the brain to coordinate a response to social isolation that includes many different things. So, for instance, the enhanced violence, the persistent fear, the alterations in mating, those kinds of things might be a coordinated response, and this is one of the ways it's coordinated, which is just an elevation of this peptide across the brain.
Okay, well that's maybe troubling. So we have a conductor who's stepping in, but what he's conducting is antisocial behavior, aggression, sort of being antisocial. So it's interesting. So okay, you said there were a few things you can do. So one, we know tattoo is elevated. The conductor's in there. He's telling us to do things, but we also know that the behaviors that we're seeing on the outside. So if tattoo is conducting, it's conducting some gnarly stuff. So we have
So I think
what?
that's a really good point, and I think it kind of ties back into the idea that this kind of social isolation, where, and I'm talking mostly about when you are fully isolated, like no other single person, no partner, nothing. You're by yourself.
No partner,
You
no
don't have been in
nothing,
your
no
apartment,
people,
haven't seen
no
anyone in 2 weeks at
life.
all. And I think that is not a normal situation. Not for humans, not for mice, not for many species. So most of the time you're interacting with other members of your species, and so you wouldn't have this kind of explosive response in your brain or in your behavior. So I think, these systems that are usually probably quite adaptive, are regulating fear, which is great. It's, to a certain degree, because it lets you survive and avoid dangerous things, and also probably being able to be aggressive and protect your territory, your animal, or protect your mate. That's something that's adaptive, and so it's
I
really
will
when
always
these things
be by your
kind of
side.
go awry or out of
No,
control, that it's
Sam.
not adaptive anymore. So it's not that the system was kind of maybe designed to do this in some kind of functionally, beneficial way, but it's more that the system that's usually adaptive at low levels has kind of been hijacked into situations that are, what I would consider abnormal for a social species.
And when do you see this stuff start to regulate? Like, is it, hey, they're violent and antisocial for a day, and then they begin to normalize, they get their song back, or?
No, it's a long-term thing. In fact, with normally isolated for a day or so, you have a lot of actually opposite effects. So if you've kind of been in your apartment stuck in there for a day or two working on the project by yourself, you seek out social interaction after, and you have a lot of kind of positive type of interactions with other members of your species. It's really only when this persists for a long period of time that you kind of slip into this state that's not adaptive or beneficial at all.
And in the lab, how are we defining long?
Yeah, so in the lab with mice, it takes about 2 weeks, which, I'm just trying to think, they're usually live to a year and a half or 2 years, so that might be like times 50 for humans, so I don't know, but it's hard, it's hard to make that exact analogy. I don't like making those analogies.
Do you have any sense of what we should expect from the unintentional social isolation experiment we're running at? So we're recording this, we're of COVID lockdown. So is there, do you have a guess on where our breaking point is?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I have no idea. I think there's another big thing that is a factor, especially with humans. 2 things that are a factor with humans. One is that the notion of kind of social media and Skype and all these ways that we're staying connected. So to what degree does that actually help to mitigate those feelings of loneliness? It's hard to say. Teenagers have been using, the new generation of teenagers have been using social media for years and years, and yet they report feeling more lonely than ever. So is that how people are feeling in general right now with social media, or is it actually helping to mitigate some of the effects of social isolation? So that's one thing, and I think that definitely requires kind of more cognitive psychology experiments and lots of studies in humans and things like that, and that's much harder to model in a model organism in the lab. It's like more kind of specific human things. And then the other issue is how you're isolating. So some people are at home with their immediate family, which probably seems really frustrating sometimes, but is also probably really beneficial. So
Kimi no toriko inatte shimae bagito terang terang terang
versus people who are in a situation where they're totally apart from So that's going to also be a very big difference, which is like people who have small little support groups versus those that have zero. So,
That, when you look at what's going on now in terms of people feeling like they're being sort of locked up against their will, and it's like, who am I even pushing back on? Because I can push back on the government, but if I go out and I get sick, it's like, the virus doesn't really care. So in some ways, it's not even telling me to stay home. It's just, and I'll speak for myself. Nobody needs to tell me to stay home as much as I would now at this point like to go back out.
yeah.
I just don't want to get sick.
Yeah.
And so, and I'm really talking to my wife, and so there's no one even to like rail against.
Right. Yeah, and I think that
so it's like I want my block of wood to chew.
That lack of control is hard. Yeah.
Walk me through the
cute.
Maybe the wrong word, but walk me through the anatomy both
God
literally
damn,
and
so
figuratively.
cute.
Oh yeah, so the fear has come a long way, but yeah, I think the kind of classic anatomy that people recognize with fear is the amygdala, which is like this small part of your brain shaped like an almond, and that's kind of been at the forefront or center of the fear literature and research for a long, long time. And so since
Why is it so cute?
there's
God.
lots of tools that let you look at different cell populations in the brain with a much kind of finer.
Wait, let me try once again.
And so because of
Wait.
that, people have started to find different subregions of the amygdala. So the lateral part, medial part, the basal part, things like that. Different components are involved in different components of the fear response. And then within those regions, there are certain populations of neurons that are involved in, increasing fear, decreasing fear, things like that. So that's come a long way.
Wait.
What's the part that
Focus.
decreases fear, and how do we take control of it?
Right. So that's actually, it's the same part. So kind of more recently, people started looking at the central amygdala. I shouldn't even say more recently, maybe like 10 years. Which is a subdivision of this kind of amygdala structure.
Matrix
And people have found cells there that are kind of active during fear-inducing stimulus, and cells that are active when that stimulus turns off. So there are cells there that, in theory, do the complete opposite of emit or control fear response. And so that kind of gets at why it's super interesting and useful that we have these new tools, because in the past you could just mess up one brain region and say, oh, these animals aren't afraid. Or for instance, like in humans, there's a very rare condition where the amygdala gets calcified, and those patients are not afraid at all. So crazy, and it's actually very dangerous for them. So
now, walk me through how. So, if you had asked me when I was 19 about fear, I probably would have said, yeah, if I could get rid of it totally, I would. And then I read a study about emotions and how we actually can't make decisions without emotions. Because you can walk through the logic of it all day, and there's nothing to parse whether like a tuna sandwich is better than a pizza. And there's no emotion. You're like, yo, pizza's rad. You literally can't do it. And so they'll just stand there all day, they give you the benefits, and ultimately you just have to try to do them. What is going on? Like, what do we use fear for? Why is it bad to not have fear? Like, I get it if they're like, oh, they don't recognize that getting hit by a car would suck or whatever. But are there more nuanced ways that fear is actually advantageous and adaptive?
yeah, I mean, I think pretty much everywhere you look, you can see that fear would be
Am I losing my voice?
So
No.
yeah, there's the obvious cases where you want to be afraid of fires or very dangerous kind of environmental stimuli. There's less obvious cases where you want to be afraid in situations where you might sense something's off or wrong. You can't even really put your finger on it. You probably want to be afraid if you're in a crowd of like lots of people and everyone's pointing a gun at you. There's tons of cases where you might want to be afraid or aware of the danger in a given situation. So
yeah, I guess the physical dangers I get, those obviously like a gun or a car or something like that I get. I'm wondering, yeah, like is there something like fear of being hurt makes you make wiser decisions, like being able to forecast into the future and saying, I'm afraid of not being able to feed my family. Because like I'm thinking about part of the reason that I would have said when I was younger that I would for sure eliminate fear if I could was fear at a physiological level. For me, fear turns into anxiety, which turns into the blood leaving my prefrontal cortex. And I went through debilitating anxiety. And I remember witty, I can solve problems, and when I have anxiety, I feel absolutely moronic. Like I actually can't think.
Yeah.
And so I just like, I get this like flustered feeling. It's so weird. Now, once I understood that the blood was literally leaving my prefrontal cortex, and so my higher level cognition was actually shutting down, it was like, okay, that makes sense. So there, it's like, well, anxiety might be public speaking, or it's not something life-threatening, at least not in modern context.
Right.
And so, because it seems to so easily get out of control, it's like I want to sort of better understand if it's, maybe I just answered my question, but if thinking through things like being able to predict the future break down if you don't have fear.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I would probably argue, even for those situations, a little bit of fear is good. And you gave the example of public speaking. So, you're like in the back of the stage, you're about to go give a talk to a huge audience, something like that. I think like a few minutes before, kind of getting your heart rate up, feeling a little bit, I wouldn't say really afraid, but kind of like a little anxious about you're about to go talk in front of a bunch of people. Pumping up that adrenaline and then going out there, I think can actually be really beneficial. But I think, with a lot of these kinds of more, what you're talking about is like psychogenic fear and anxiety.
Well, yeah, talk to people. What's the difference between fear and psychogenic fear?
Oh, I just mean, so you were talking about the fear kind of produced by physical stimuli in the environment, like someone pointing a gun at you or something like that, versus fear produced by something kind of more in your mind or, what do you think?
Because some of the studies on psychogenic stress are incredibly interesting. And it's like, if you translate psychogenic, if you translate psychogenic to self-induced, then it's like, okay, this gets interesting. And to me, it's psychogenic is the Shakespeare quote, nothing is either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. And so, when you start getting into physiological stress, you're working too hard, you're running, you got punched, like, okay, those are legitimate stressors that can be measured sort of as having, or they have a physical cause, oftentimes, externally. When you think about psychogenic stress, now you've got somebody who's, they didn't get enough likes on their photo, and now they're spinning out of control, or they're isolated, and now they're telling themselves a story about unworthiness. Walk me through, like, and maybe this feeds into PTSD. I'll actually be interested to hear, like, how do we end up amplifying the problem for ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, I think with humans, there's that disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, where it's like you start amplifying it, and then even just feeling your heart beating fast can generate its own anxiety disorder. So it's kind of this like vicious cycle where it's out of control in that sense. But yeah, I think psychogenic stress, I think, very quickly you go to these like low levels that are adaptive to these very high maladaptive levels that make it difficult for you to function, make it difficult for you to feel, on top of your game, or that you're doing, using all of your skills and resources, well, or something like that. So I think it feels very paralyzing when you hit a point of excessive fear and anxiety for most people.
And have you looked into like how people begin to unwind this? Like, how do you, if somebody has PTSD, which I know you looked into it, how do we begin to back out of it?
Yeah, so I think it's still kind of a typical therapy for PTSD is some form of exposure therapy. It's the same for other phobias. So if you're afraid of flying, you can go to a clinic and get in a fake airplane and kind of do that repeatedly over and over, and in a form of exposure therapy or cognitive behavioral exposure therapy, where you kind of relive the traumatic event or experience the cues that predict trauma without the trauma itself. So that's fairly typical. So I mean, it's actually a lot of that's also based on research. And so what you do is exposure therapy is you build a new memory. So a memory that actually I see on this airplane, everything's gonna be fine. I can drink my wine and eat the crackers or whatever. I get this plane. I'm actually more confident it's gonna be okay. So that's you're really forming a second new memory there. And a lot of people work on that. It's called extinction learning, or what we think of as exposure therapy. And during that new learning, you can again with the plane doesn't happen in those two memories. One that getting on an airplane, leads to something terrible, and the other airplane usually leads to within the
Good job, me. Good job.
PTSD
Next
is
question.
like other kind of traditional phobias. It's pretty
Matrix.
resistant to that type of exposure therapy, and that's why so many people struggle from it. So other, therapies for people who are scared of snakes or scared of planes and stuff have worked pretty well. But kind of these therapies for people who experience
Do I want to
very
do it today or
motivated trauma usually don't
should I
work
take
that
a
well,
break?
but if they work, it's pretty short term. So
I'm gonna take a
lots of
break.
people are still trying to understand it and why some
I didn't
classic
do-
exposure therapy methods aren't working and what we can do instead to kind of treat
Break.
PTSD.
So if you're working emotion, about saying emotion,
That I wish everybody knew.
yeah, it might be useful for people.
I actually have a super weird experiment that I ran while I was a postdoc at Caltech. And so, I don't know, let's see how this comes across. It's pretty weird. So I was doing an experiment kind of looking at this model of PTSD, and I just thought, oh, I know, I have an idea. This is totally an example of like anthropomorphizing stuff. I thought, I have an idea. If I give a bunch of these animals PTSD and then put them back together, it'll help mitigate the effects. Kind of like when you go to a support group or, where everyone else has suffered trauma and you talk about it and it seems to result in better outcomes for people, things like that. So took some animals, gave them PTSD, put them back together, and the next day when I went in, not all of them were even alive. They viciously attacked each other. It was horrible. Their symptoms were even worse than they were if they just
What?
hadn't gone
What
back
did
to
you do?
other kind of members of their species that had.
Sorry, what did you do?
That I wish everybody knew.
Yeah, that might be useful for people.
I actually have a super weird experiment that I ran while I was a postdoc at Caltech. And so, I don't know, let's see how this comes across. It's pretty weird. So I was doing an experiment kind of looking at this model of PTSD, and I just thought, oh, I know, I have an idea. This is totally an example of like anthropomorphizing stuff. I thought, I have an idea. If I give a bunch of these animals PTSD and then put them back together, it'll help mitigate the effects. Kind of like when you go to a support group or, where everyone else has suffered trauma and you talk about it and it seems to result in better outcomes for people and things like that. So took some animals, gave them PTSD, put them back together, and the next day when I went
How do you give?
not all of them were even alive. They viciously attacked each other. It was
How do you give
horrible.
animals
Their symptoms were even worse
PTSD?
than they were if they just hadn't gone back to other kind of members of their species that had the trauma. And I was very surprised. I was like, whoa, what is going on here? And then I decided to run another experiment to follow up on that, where only one of the animals got traumatized, and then I put it back into the cage with its litter mates that had not been traumatized, and that seemed to really alleviate the effects of the trauma. So you could really kind of get over the effects of that trauma or reduce those effects of trauma by interacting with and being exposed to, others and being social, but not others who'd had trauma themselves. And so, yeah,
Whoa,
so that
that gave
really
me chills.
surprised me.
What do you think is going on? Is there, like, I show aggression because I have PTSD, and then the other person shows aggression?
It's probably something like that. It's probably, they all have the same kind of trauma. So might be an argument that when you're in a group for other survivors of trauma, you have such different experiences that you're able to kind of gain, perspective and feel healthy from that interaction. Perhaps if you guys were all at the same
兄の名前は健太です。
bad place at the same time, you would associate those people also with the bad place. I'm not sure, but it kind of
My
did
brother
make me
name
think,
is
maybe it makes sense
Kenta.
instead of going to like support groups.
Oh, come on.
彼のお兄さんは中学生です。
彼のお兄さんは
彼のお兄さん彼のお兄さんは中学生は1歳中学生です。
I have 7 younger sisters. Watashi wa younger sister.
彼女
She.
妹
Mas. Imoto.
妹5分
Imoto ga
妹が7人います
Yeah. What happened? Is it lagging? I think it is lagging. She has 4 older sisters. 彼女は
彼女はお姉さんが4人います。
彼はお姉さんの
彼のお姉さんは
のお姉さんは大学生です。
Yeah. I have 2 older sisters.
姉お父さん
誰に
姉がに人いおお姉
さんどこあ
がに人います。
彼女たちは姉妹です。
彼女たちはsisters。
両親は日本に住んでいます。両親は日本語。両親は日本に住んでいます。住ん日本。両親は日本に住んでいます。に住んでいます。
彼女たちは姉妹ですか？
ご両親はお元気ですか？ご両親はお元気ですか？
私たちは姉妹です。
ご両親は英語が話せますか？ご両親は英語か話せます。ご両親は英語が話せますか？ が話せますか？
兄の名前は健太です。
彼女たちは姉妹です。
かんかんかいよやよゆ
とな。いいけみ。けみ。
Hmm.
학생의 닭. 한국의 맛. 맛.
오 야 예 아 가
입구 열쇠. 입구 열쇠.
워
Ah.
私水
辛いなんケーキは甘いですか？ ケーキは甘いですか？
り両親をたる何個？
テーブルが6つあります。
東京に住んでいません。住んでいません。
これはいくらですか？兄
椅子が8つあります。
机が5つあります。机が5つあります。
姉
部屋にはテーブルがいくつありますか？
卵を2個ください。卵2個を2個ください。1100円です。1100。
に卵ろ昼昼昼妹い姉い安い机子安い椅子健太
彼はどこに行きますか？彼はどこに彼はどこに行きますか？行きますか？
誰
小学生たち。
卵が1個あります。卵が1個あります。
水誰ぐげき
私たちは姉妹です。私たちは姉妹です。
テーブル があそこテーブルが3つあります。
中学生たち
カメラは好きですか？
このご飯は辛いです。
メニュー
テーブルが3つあります。
辛いメニューメニュー
あいい
あき
おいあいいおいおい
あきえういう
いい
おいおい
あきえうゆあきえ
이 아기의 우유 이 아기의 우유 이 아기의 오이
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
It's 4. Oh, okay. Yep. Yep. Alright, that's it for today stream. I'm gonna finish this drawing next today. Hopefully I'll post it in Instagram later. Anyway, bye bye. Thank you for watching, anyone still watching, and yeah, take care, see ya.